Good evening and welcome back to Crown and Central Agencies. Daniel Chartier will be substituting for Warren McCall this evening. This evening we'll be considering the estimates for Sask Energy, 3 bills, and concluding our consideration of the remaining estimates. We will now begin our consideration of the lending and investing activities for Vote 150 Sask Energy Incorporated. Loans subvote SE01. Minister Eyre, please introduce your officials and make your opening comments. And just a word to the officials, please state your name for Hansard when you're speaking. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Good evening. Sask Energy officials accompanying me this evening are Ken Fromm, President and Chief Executive Officer of Sask Energy, Christine Short, Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Mark Guillet, Vice President, General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, and Randy Greggins, Vice President, Customer Service Operations. And Mr. Chair, I'll provide a brief overview of Sask Energy's operational and financial highlights from the previous year, a look ahead to this coming year, and then I would be pleased to take any questions. Looking back, Mr. Chair, over 2018-19, income from operations for the 12-month period ending March 31st, 2019 was $134 million. Well, the March 31st, 2020 financial results have not yet been finalized, and despite unique challenges, Sask Energy has maintained strong financial health and operational outcomes with consolidated net income for 2019-20 estimated to be $66 million. And I'd like to take a moment to highlight that number, Mr. Chair, $66 million. It may seem low when compared to 2018-19's $134 million. In fact, this is a return to a traditional income level for Sask Energy Corporation. The 2018-19 fiscal year created a record high for income and was favorably impacted by a strong demand for natural gas, particularly from industrial customers, the one-time sale of some non-core assets, and the overall impact of a bitterly cold winter that year, which increased usage for our growing customer base. The corporation maintains a healthy balance sheet with a 55-45% debt equity ratio as of March 31, 2019. Sask Energy's borrowing in the next fiscal year will be used to refinance long-term debt maturing in 2020-21, with the remainder used to support capital investment. Sask Energy's #1 priority is to maintain a safe and reliable natural gas system, as evidenced by its 99.9% reliability rating. Thanks to the corporation's comprehensive and well-coordinated gas line safety and integrity programs and the efforts of its dedicated provincial workforce, most customers never experience an unplanned natural gas outage. Today's increased regulatory requirements and the public's expectation that Sask Energy's 71,000 kilometers of distribution gas line and 15,000 kilometers of high-pressure transmission line will be operated safely, and these require ongoing investments. In 2019-20, Sask Energy invested over $100 million in safety and system integrity efforts, with a similar investment level expected for 2020-21. Dozens of programs and hundreds of employees make up this safety investment. Programs include aerial and ground-based leak surveys, internal and external inspections of transmission lines, 24/7 remote monitoring of the system, and key infrastructure improvements. One area of focus continues to be distribution service connection upgrades. More than 24,000 upgrades have been completed since 2011 as part of this proactive program. In addition, Sask Energy uses industry best practices to protect its gas line system and works closely with industry associations, regulatory bodies, and other natural gas utilities across Canada to benchmark safety practices and technologies. These programs and practices are especially important during Saskatchewan's harsh winters. Record-setting natural gas usage days are happening more frequently. On January 15, 2020, for example, a new daily natural gas usage record was set at 1.55 petajoules. Sask Energy's system design, gas purchasing strategy, and safety programs are critical so that even on peak record days, the system is able to safely and reliably meet customer requirements. In terms of capital spending, Mr. Chair, demand for natural gas in Saskatchewan has never been higher. While Sask Energy's customer base expands every year, it is the continued growth of our industrial sector that is contributing most to this increased usage. In 2019-20, demand from Sask Energy's industrial transmission customers increased for the 5th straight year. With increasing industrial demands and nearly 2,500 distribution customers added in 2019-20, Sask Energy must plan and build years in advance to meet the natural gas needs of its growing customer base. In 2019-2020, Sask Energy budgeted approximately $300 million on capital projects related to integrity programming and increasing pipeline capacity, allowing the corporation to bring additional gas into the province. In October 2019, work was completed on a 62-kilometer transmission gas line expansion south of the city of Saskatoon. This project more than doubled the capacity to the east side of the city and was vital to meeting the growing energy needs of residential, commercial, and industrial customers in the Saskatoon and surrounding areas. Additional projects along the Alberta border will continue in 2020-21 as close to 70% of Sask Energy's natural gas supply now comes from that province. This includes new facilities such as additional compressor stations at strategic points on Sask Energy's system, allowing it to optimize its provincial pipeline system. It is critical that we keep pace with customer growth and manage our capital investments while also continuing to enhance public safety. When it comes to customer focus, with a customer base expected to reach 400,000 during the coming year, Sask Energy remains dedicated to its customers and investing in initiatives to meet their expectations. In addition to safe and reliable service, Sask Energy understands that customers expect affordable, stable natural gas prices. Customer surveys continue to indicate a majority of residents and commercial customers want stability, especially during the winter months when the most gas is consumed. On April 1st, 2019, Sask Energy implemented its lowest commodity rate in 20 years. Combined with its delivery rate, Sask Energy's total residential gas utility rate is the 3rd lowest in Canada, with no rate change expected in 2020. Sask Energy continues to use innovative solutions to enhance value for its customers. This includes internal process improvements and energy efficiency rebates and assistance programs. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, Sask Energy, like other companies throughout the world, is experiencing unconventional business and operating conditions at the moment. In addition to the global economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the oil sector has experienced a significant downturn, which has a number of implications for Sask Energy Corporation. The full impacts of the pandemic and the downturn in the oil sector have not yet been fully quantified, as they are still ongoing. As a company that exists to serve its customers, Sask Energy has had to be quick thinking and flexible in order to respond to the current business environment, which could have impacts on its own business plan, as well as the plans of its large commercial and industrial customers. When customers' situations and forecasts change, utility business plans have to follow suit, although Sask Energy will not waver when it comes to its commitment to providing customers with similar levels of service and value that they expect and deserve. The corporation's strongest assets are its people. The employees of Sask Energy are innovative, dedicated, and hardworking, which has never been more evident than in the recent months. They continue to rise to meet the challenges of a growing province, a changing natural gas industry, and the extreme impacts of a global pandemic and oil market downturn. Sask Energy remains financially and operationally strong year after year because of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions, Mr. Chartier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and the officials tonight for being here and having some time to answer a few questions. I just want to go back to the 2019 furnace rebate program. We had a little bit of a conversation about that last year. And so in September 2019, we were chatting about the furnace rebate program. And at that point in time, I believe that you had issued 60 checks, and you had said that there were just over 200 that were in application at that point. So I'm just wondering where you landed in terms of that furnace rebate program.
Get to my page. I'll try and find the page where I can give you some numbers that you're looking for in terms of the number of folks that we helped there. If you'll recall, the rebate was for $650 for the first furnace replacement, and that furnace had to meet certain conditions of high efficiency. The idea there is to help people lower their bills and to become more efficient and reduce the greenhouse gas effect. In 2019, 840 rebates were given throughout the program in 110 different communities. So that was a very good reach that we had, and most of that work is done through our network members, and that's how we're able to do it in 110 different communities.
So your original, in committee last year, you said your target was 1,500. So why do you think you were almost halfway below the target?
Hard to know exactly, but there was a slight downturn in the economy, and some of the network members commented on that, and they were very appreciative. The customers that did receive that were very appreciative of the fact that we were offering that rebate to them. So a forecast and actuals, there's always going to be a variance. Understanding all the nuances of customer behavior is probably difficult, but there were a lot of things that happened in last year that were unique events.
So the program ran between August and November, is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct.
Okay. Just in terms of your original target was 1,500, and I know that the program was set to end in November. Any reason why it wasn't extended, recognizing that you were below that target number?
The rationale behind that is that we're not really wanting to do a bunch of furnace replacements in people's homes during the winter. The easiest time for contractors is during the summer and fall periods.
Is there any reason then it's not being reintroduced then?
We're having discussions to look at, is that a program that we want to supplement? And there's a variety of programs that we're looking at, and that's just one of them. One that I do want to talk about, if I might take a minute.
I will probably ask questions about that. The TAP program? Yes, I do have some questions around that, but I want to talk a little bit more about this.
I'll just add very quickly, Mr. Chair, that in light of the season of when that was rolled out, obviously we've gone through the reasons for the program. It was a good opportunity to upgrade to a higher efficiency natural gas furnace before winter, but it went over well and was very positively received. I know network members have said it was, and this is just quoting one, very effective in driving more business for the company, especially in a season where we don't typically sell a lot of furnaces. So positively received in light of the numbers that we had.
I would just, so how much does a furnace cost? It's usually about $6,500. I think this was about a 10% offering. So who was your target in this program then? Like putting that lens on that not everybody has $6,500 to purchase a furnace.
Well, the target there was people whose furnace was nearing the end. We were not looking for people who were increasing from a relatively mid-efficient one to a new one. That's up to them, but we were looking to get people off the very worst efficiency furnaces and into a new one. And if that helped, that was great. And we understand that not everybody can take advantage of that, but we had a good take up on that from that offer that we had.
I'm not sure, just in terms of thinking about your target, it's great that 850 more people have access to or have a new, or 840 people have a new furnace, but I'm not sure I would say that's better than not having people uptake, but I am concerned that this program maybe left out some keep people who could have tapped into a program that had a socioeconomic lens taken into consideration?
Well, I'll just say, I mean, we can't forget that this is just the one program, right? So from 1999 to 2019, for example, Sask Energy offered financing through TD Bank for one, and almost 18,000 loans were taken out for $116 million for what were basically equipment subsidies. And that's a lot of furnaces and water heaters during that time, right? So I think that's important to remember. And so instead of investing in another loan program, Sask Energy decided to invest in a rebate program such as this furnace rebate, which was also something that network members supported. And they still offer financing, you know, often at pretty competitive rates, the network members, because they want the business. So financing still exists, and with the furnace rebate, you're actually getting a better deal than you were when perhaps Sask Energy was supporting the loan program, you know, $650 per unit, for example, instead of $400 per unit. And don't forget also that, you know, the program offered a rebate for $650 for the first furnace replacement, $350 for the second. So just, I think, important context as well.
I'm just curious, though, how many people are replacing 2 furnaces in a home?
I know of several.
Yeah. What number of people would you anticipate replacing a second furnace in a home, the $350 rebate?
I don't have any numbers or data to really answer that question.
But I do have anecdotal. I know of a number of people who mentioned that they actually were going to invest in 2 furnaces.
I represent a constituency where that wouldn't be, and there are many people across the province who are $200 away from not being able to pay any of their bills. So I haven't spoken to too many people who were looking at replacing 2 furnaces, but I'm concerned about making sure that the programs that we offer meet people's needs. So in terms of the $6,500 of the general cost of a furnace, with this program, did that cost have to be paid, or was it a financed program? So you'd get the $650 rebate, so I'm assuming that you would have had to have paid the rest of the cost of the furnace and not finance, or maybe I'm incorrect about that.
Well, this program was run through contractors, and the owner of the home would have purchased a furnace from a contractor. It was approved, and the arrangements that they might have are unknown to us.
In terms of Sask Energy developing the program, though, like what I'm asking is, would this have been possible to make overpayments over a period of time, or was the Sask Energy rebate only if you paid outright for your furnace?
Again, the rebate was handled through the network members, and any commercial arrangement that the network members had with an individual, that's up to them. We provided the rebate. They may well have financed it in some manner through their contractor. We don't know that.
But that wasn't precluded. That was not stipulated by Sask Energy.
That was not a condition, no.
No, and as I've stated, Mr. Chair, I mean, Sask Energy decided to invest in this rebate program, which was something that network members supported, but they still offer financing. That's important to remember. And as I say, at often very competitive rates.
So obviously network members support this because that was August to November. We talked about this last year as a bit slower time, and it wasn't ideal to run it. So it seems, and I'm all for supporting small business, but this seems very much about supporting network members and maybe not quite as much about Sask Energy customers.
I'll just say that let's remember that the Sask Energy residential network was established in 1998. It has 148 residential network members in 49 communities throughout the province. They're required to pay an annual membership fee to be part of the Sask Energy network, But one of the goals of the network is to raise the bar in terms of quality furnace installations, and that's one of the main reasons that the program is offered through the residential network members, because partly Sask Energy is offering a training component that's delivered to network members, along with requiring a furnace commissioning checklist. So they have to meet criteria that's established by their own industry. And that includes strict safety standards, fully qualified and licensed staff, and proper insurance, proper commercial insurance. So that's the rationale behind the network.
I'm not being critical of the network. You were actually explaining the network a little bit to me last year. This isn't a criticism of the network itself, but if this is about quality furnace replacements, you'd think that we'd want to make it available to as many people as possible. And 840 is not, I would argue, is a much lower number than you had anticipated, and then the program stopped.
Well, and I would say again, though, remember this is just one program. And that, as I mentioned, from 1999 to 2019, Sask Energy offered financing, of over $118 million. So that's quite a lot of assistance for equipment subsidies, and as I say, quite a lot of furnaces and water heaters.
Well, let's chat a little bit about the TAP program. So just in your news release from 2020, only those selected will receive this one-time offer of a Sask Energy Network home heating tune-up at no charge. As an added safety measure, each homeowner will also receive a carbon monoxide alarm, 2 furnace filters, and up to $100 in repairs if they are required. In June 2020, on the 22nd, you announced the renewal of the program for the 4th year. So I understand, according to you, the news release, that 401 clients were assisted in 2019. How many clients have you supported since its inception?
We don't have that number right in front of us right now. We can undertake to provide you with that if you wish.
Okay. You don't know. Do you have any numbers beyond the 2019?
We have targets for this year.
So we're running the program again this year, as we announced, and the program is targeted for people that need some assistance in looking after their home appliance, and we've targeted to significantly increase the reach of the program this year. So again, that's a target. We don't know what we'll be able to achieve based on uptake, but we're targeting significantly more than last year. So in the order of 800 customers. Okay. Sorry, Randy Gregan speaking. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. I've got a few more questions. So last year was 401, and you're hoping to double the uptake this year. 800, okay. And what is the cost of the TAP program? Fiscal year, I guess you probably don't have these numbers either, but broken down by fiscal year, including advertising and marketing.
We can undertake to get that to you. Again, I don't have those numbers right in front of me right now.
Okay. That would be great if you could provide those to the committee. So just a question here. So Sask Energy serves more than 397,000 customers in 93% of Saskatchewan communities, according to your 18-19 annual report. So in 2019, with 401 clients assisted, TAP served about 0.1 of Sask Energy's client base. So you've told me your plans for expansion. How do you hope to get there? So you've set a target. How do you plan to double?
So we're increasing the advertising for the program. We've tried to increase the reach by working with network members. Through various means of promoting the program, we feel we can get a broader reach and get more people interested in the program and applying for it.
So the various means of promoting the program and increasing the reach, what will that look like?
I don't have all the details. Again, I can undertake to get more details to you, but yeah, we do things in the media, we'd use social media, we have other means of advertising. And like I said, we'd promote it through network members as well.
Okay. How many applications for TAP were received? I'm assuming that you might just have 2019 here.
Yes.
And so what would 2019, the number of applications have been?
Sorry, again, I don't have that in front of me. We served all the fully qualified applications that we got.
And I guess that leads to my next questions about, so your terms and conditions, Sask Energy will select participants based on homeowner need, location, and such other criteria relevant to Sask Energy. Not all applicants will be accepted into the program. So you've said you've served all the fully qualified applicants. What makes a fully qualified applicant?
One of the examples would be if there's not a network member in the vicinity. So if a network member is having to travel for an hour to do a tune-up, it becomes difficult. So we look at proximity to network members in the province. That would be one of the qualifying factors.
One of them. Can you tell me some of the other ones?
I can get you a complete list of the program qualifying factors, so you have the whole list of what's there.
Okay. That would be great. Because I understand that the application asks for name, home address, and contact details, income, type of heating equipment, whether it's a furnace or a boiler. So are the criteria much broader than that, and who makes that determination on like, do you have to meet all of the criteria, or do you reach out, so these particular criteria, name, home address, contact details, income, type of heating equipment, is there more that is asked of clients following that?
No, that would be the criteria that you're applying for the program under. We would look at it and we would establish based on what we set if you qualify or not.
Okay, so okay. So I understand, and you've said this too in your comments, that selected applicants have to be located in one of these communities or with a 20-kilometer radius, which are home to Sask Energy Network members. So that's Emerald Park, Esterhazy, Estevan, Eston, Foam Lake, Gravelburg, Hudson Bay, Kindersley, Leader, Lumsden, Moose Jaw, Nipawin, North Battleford, Paradise Hill, Pontex, Prince Albert, Regina, Saskatoon, Swift Current, Unity, Wadena, Watrous, Weyburn, and Yorkton. Is there any reason why there aren't network members further north than that?
It would be based on them qualifying to be a network member. As we mentioned, there's certain qualifications you have to be a network member. You have to meet quality of work qualifications. You need to have a storefront. You need to have a certain level of business licensing. So we like to pursue to have more network members in other parts of the province, certainly, but this is what we have today.
Okay. Forgive me here, I couldn't find this, but is there a list of network members online?
Website?
Okay, I must have, I am approaching 50 and I just started wearing progressives that I am fighting against here a little bit, so yeah.
That's good.
I've given up on them for the short term here, but so I do have some concerns that TAP isn't currently accessible to northern communities or even communities farther north than Prince Albert and Paradise Hill. Again, when you put a socioeconomic, like that lens on the two programs we've talked about so far tonight, I think that there are probably people who would really benefit from this kind of program who are missing out. And so I'm wondering what Sask Energy is going to do to rectify that.
We'd love to broaden our reach of network members. If we could establish network members in other communities, we'd certainly like to do that. One of the aspects of the TAP program that we have here, we talked about carbon monoxide detectors, for example. That's part of your safety equipment in your home for home heating. So we've given our technicians in these northern locations carbon monoxide detectors. and they're going to assess the need for that equipment in a home when they respond to an issue in the home. So we are looking at other ways we can help serve these communities and help improve the safety of natural gas use in their homes.
Yeah. Is there, so you said you'd like to expand the reach of network members to be able to access these programs. So how do you see being able to do that? Because I see a significant portion of the province underserved because there aren't network members there. So how will you go about increasing network members, or what is the plan to do that?
Well, we work closely with the Mechanical Contractors Association of Saskatchewan. We're in regular contact with plumbing and heating companies. It's certainly open for them to become a network member. We've got a membership fee that's relatively modest, and we continue to talk to new companies about the advantages of being a network member. And they recognize through programs like the furnace upgrade program and the TAP program, it is good for them from a business point of view as well. So we are trying to promote it.
So why are you hearing that there aren't any members further north?
I can't comment on the specifics of that. Obviously, there's plumbing and heating companies in La Ronge. We would like to have them as network member, and we'd like to pursue that, but I don't know the root cause of why they haven't gotten there.
Have you attempted to recruit any of these companies, recognizing that there's a gap in equity of service?
We've had discussions with them. They have to understand they have to meet the criteria, so we work with expanding the network.
In terms of, so we've talked about a program where you might have to pay close to $6,000 out of pocket or possibly finance, but we're not sure. It depends on what the network members choose to do in a program that isn't further north than Paradise Hill or Prince Albert, but you've talked about the carbon monoxide detectors and giving them to your technicians when there's a call. Can you give me a bit of a sense of what else you might be doing to improve people's natural gas bills who can't tap into these programs, or other ways that you're reaching folks who might not be served by these programs?
Well, we continually try to educate customers on the benefits of energy efficiency, whether it's your building envelope, whether it's your appliances, even thermostat settings. So we have information on our website on how you can save energy different ways, outside of investing capital in new equipment. So we do have an ongoing program of trying to educate our customers.
Okay. But you do recognize that there is probably a gap here in possibly lower income households who own their home and would like you do see that there is a gap, that there are people who aren't being served by the existing programs.
I think it's important to emphasize, aside from some of those challenges, just the extension of natural gas service that has occurred under Sask Energy's watch in the last few years. And I won't, if you'd like to get into some of the numbers, I mean, that undertaking has been formidable and committed. And very positive. And so in terms of just starting there, because that in of itself has been an undertaking, natural gas service is now in La Ronge, Air-Ronge, Lac La Ronge, Indian Band, Ramsey Bay, Wiyakwen. Approximately 1,695 customers in the area are now enjoying natural gas heating. Service lines, connected customers, approximately 1,000 potential customers now have access to a natural gas main adjacent to their property. So again, there are a lot of numbers and a lot of communities and outreach efforts that could be outlined in greater detail, but that has been a very positive thing over the last few years.
Oh, for sure, and but that's about equity of service, and I recognize that's no small feat, getting natural gas service to places that maybe have been underserved, but as they should be, because
It is about equity of service, but it is also, there are quite a lot of terrain issues and economic feasibility issues in terms of that terrain, right? And just the logistics and infrastructure of northern service, just to start with. So swamp bedrock and the lack of larger business loads that are needed to balance out the cost of installation of a gas line distribution system. Those are not insignificant either.
And I've had an opportunity to chat with clients in Laurent or Orange about it comes with an expense to people there as well who are putting in the service too. But just moving on here, and I just again want to flag and emphasize that when developing programs to support folks, that recognizing that, I mean, I don't know how I'd come up with $6,000, and I have a good income, and so I think about my constituents and people across the province who are in the same boat, or actually even probably not the same boat, a more challenging boat than I'm in. In terms of, sorry, I'm just going to reorganize here. In terms of safety, and I know, Minister, you chatted a little bit about that in your opening comments, and I'm not sure I made notes quickly enough here, but in the auditor's report on page 135, the recent auditor's report, without properly designed and effective processes to operate pipelines safely, Sask Energy faces the risk of fires or explosions caused by ignition of the natural gas that is leaked from transmission pipelines. This can cause serious injuries, death, or significant property damage. And I believe there's 3 recommendations in the auditor's report. Has Sask Energy accepted those recommendations?
Yes, they have. Sorry, I spoke for Ken. I was keener than Ken. Though we can report this evening that all 3 recommendations have been implemented.
Implemented or accepted? Implemented. Okay. And when did that take place? Because the auditor's report obviously was just released.
Correct. So the auditor's report, and I want to thank the provincial auditor for the work that they've done. They do a great job. A lot of our programs do get audited. We have the Canadian Energy Regulator, which audits us. We have various provincial bodies that audit certain parts of our work, and the provincial auditor did one this year as well on some very specific parts. I talked to her, and we went over the report, and I can tell you that the items that were there were, without trying to diminish them, they were mainly around documentation. Our processes are relatively good. They're tested with all the different industry associations that we do, and there were some recommendations how we can improve. Those recommendations were made to us, and they were fully implemented just last week. So we have met all those concerns. It was relatively easy for us to do, and in fact, some of the recommendations were already caught by our internal processes that we can do some improvement on. So great work by the auditor, and we do appreciate when we get those audits that they're finding things that we can improve upon, and we look at those as opportunities.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. As the former chair of public accounts, it always made my heart happy when recommendations were both accepted and implemented. So I'm glad to hear that the report came out and they're already attended to. In terms of the safety and system integrity spending, so am I correct that in 1920 it was 126 million last year? Did I catch that? Or I've made notes for myself, but I'm not sure if I'd made it previously. 126 million in 1920.
That sounds like a number that is reasonable, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what was done in that spending, or maybe just confirm that number? And can you give me a little bit about what that included?
I can start, Mr. Chair. I have it as 125 million for 1920. That was managed across the province to maintain safety, integrity, reliability of the system. There were a number of initiatives to cut down on the public coming into contact with buried infrastructure, the Sask First Call, dig site supervision, enhanced permitting processes during excavation, all contributed in cutting down damage to natural gas lines. So those were some of the initiatives. There were more employees committed to safety-related tasks than any other job within the corporation, and these range from from service and maintenance technicians, mechanic operators, engineers, gas controllers, planning and dispatch representatives, and overall, the programs resulted in an overall total damage reduction of 37% in the past 5 years. And Ken, if you want to add anything on that.
Sure. With respect to our safety initiatives, there's two sides. One is capital that we invest in upgrading, for example, the service tees that we have in Regina and Saskatoon, just as an example. And there's also operating dollars that we use to inspect our pipelines, to inspect for any leaks, to inspect for the pipeline integrity. You know, can we detect any defects in the pipes? So we have a very robust program. We are meeting our targets in terms of our safety initiatives and our reliability initiatives. As Minister pointed out, our reliability is 99.99, and that extra 9 is significant. I might add, so the natural gas system throughout Canada is a very robust system. It's very reliable, and we're very pleased to report that we continue to take that safety and reliability as kind of job one, if I could use that phrase.
Okay. So, sorry, you said meeting targets, and so reliability, you said was 99.9. 99.99. And what is included, how do we define reliability?
Basically, you can look at reliability as if there's 24 hours in a day, we on average, to all of our customers, supplied at 99.99% of that time. So it's a time-based reliability.
And what is your target for safety? And your measure for targets, measure, or measures of safety?
Well, our targets on safety, whether it be for personal or other things, is always trying to get to mission zero. You know, that is our aspirational target. We always work towards that, but we recognize that there are things that occur during the year, and we do keep track of our vehicle accidents, personal injuries, slips and falls, things of that nature that our service folks encounter all the time.
So obviously mission zero is an aspirational target around slips and falls, and can you just go through that list again here of the things that you track for safety?
I think Ken might need his progressive.
I think so. If you're looking at the work environment safety first, obviously employee and public safety is at the core of all of our activities. Part of that is looking for hazards, hazard identification, risk assessment and mitigation, sharing the learnings to promote awareness when you're on the job site. One of the things that is key for us is when you get to a job site, you have to have a safety moment. You have to look and see what's going on, check your conditions. If you leave that work site and come back, you must again check the conditions. What has changed, if anything? And do I have another risk that has popped up while I was away? So it's a very robust system. By listing a few, I'm doing it a disservice in contracting it that way. All I can tell you is that the pipeline industry in general, throughout Canada in particular, is an extremely safe industry. We understand risk, both from the infrastructure point of view and risk to our employees and risk to the public. And we take all of that very, very seriously, and we develop programs that there's many, many programs that we do for each site. We monitor, we check, we identify hazards, we do what we call management of change. If anything changes, how do we manage that? Have we thought of all those things? We use process safety to find out where there might be a thing that we changed. For example, in a compressor station, we may have changed something with the pressure. Have we taken into account all the implications that could come from that? All those are documented, and they're filed with our regulatory bodies.
So around the safety, so in terms of measures, so obviously, as you said, it's a really robust system, but do you have a set of measures that you use to say, like you said, around reliability, 99.99, and that's measured in a 24-hour, how often people have their natural gas? Do you have that same, or what kind of format, or what do your measures look like around safety?
Okay.
Both on the operational and the infrastructure side.
Okay, I'll give you the operational too, first of all. And again, some of these things can be quite technical in nature. And what we're talking about here is just a snippet of all the things that we actually track. For example, total recordable injury frequency. It's meaning how many injuries were there based upon full-time employment. And we want to make sure that we are not outside of industry standard. Like we said, we have that mission zero as our aspirational goal, but we do rank ourselves across Canada using both on the transmission, the high pressure side, and the low pressure distribution. One through the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, the other one through the Canadian Gas Association, and we do set corporate targets. And actually, those targets form part of our benchmarks that we have to succeed on. Another one is lost time injuries. Again, something that we would like to be zero. That's our aspirational goal. We also have medical aid injuries that we track and compare year over year, looking for trends. How are we improving? We look at preventable vehicle collisions and look at that all the time. And what we're trying to do there is to have continuous improvement. We want the graph and the numbers to be increasing each year. And when there's not an increase each year, I can tell you that our board of directors gets our attention on that to say, why did this go up? And then what programs are you going to put in place to see that can come down? So there's a whole variety of things that we do.
No, and I was, sorry, Ken,
Okay.
please finish.
And if you're, with respect to some of the things that on the infrastructure side that can cause us grief, it's in the uncontrollable areas. The biggest thing for pipelines is what we call third-party damage, meaning somebody outside of the organization has contacted that pipe and caused damage to it, and hopefully that damage does not mean a release of the gas or an ignition of the gas, because that could be quite dangerous. So we do a variety of programs to ensure that people are not encroaching upon our gas lines, especially the high pressure transmission lines. We will fly our right-of-ways to see if there's any construction going on. There are some facilities that are near high-density housing, such as near cities. We will check that almost every week to make sure nothing is happening. And so we have people walking the lines as well. We do a whole variety of things so that we are getting to people to not hit our pipes. In the cities, we have obviously areas where there's pipes. We will put obstructions, hopefully artful ones so that it doesn't damage the look of the environment, but we'll put obstructions in place so that people can't, for example, for whatever reason, drive a backhoe in there and start digging. We look at our pipelines to make sure we have adequate depth coverage. Has there been some erosion that's occurred over the number of years? We need adequate depth coverage so that a farmer in his field during normal farming operations does not contact our pipe and rip it up and cause potential safety issues for him and neighbors, but also cuts off the gas supply to industry and to others. So the third-party damage is one that we are looking at all the time. We were looking at different technologies. How can that help? Instead of flying a plane, can we use a drone to cover off some of the high-density ones more frequently? Just looking at every way that we can. We check with all of our friends and neighbors in the associations to see what are they doing that we could maybe parlay onto and put into our programs. So it's one where we have departments of people working on the safety of the high-pressure system, working on the safety of the employees, and then, of course, paramount to all that is to ensure that our customers are safe by having a reliable system with no leaks and chance of damage extremely, extremely small.
Thank you for that. Just that made me think about on the infrastructure side, Regina Beach and the explosion at Regina Beach. So last year in committee, you told me that the majority of Regina Beach claims had been settled and that there are a couple of wee little ones that are still out there for some final adjustments, but the majority has all been dealt with. You didn't have a breakdown last year of the total claims at that point, but I'm wondering if you have that. I don't know if it was ever tabled with the committee, and if not, do you have that number now?
And while you look for that number,
Sure.
Ken, I'll just say, so in terms of that, and just to the safety record, and I've been to, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, Ms. Chartier, to go to the central monitoring room. It is quite incredible and impressive. And so there is that 24/7 remote monitoring of the gas line through the gas control center and leak surveys. So specifically to Regina Beach and that area, I mean, the entire gas line system is surveyed aerially for leaks every year. The ground surveys are also performed year-round. And so in an area such as that, Regina Beach, I know things have progressed extensively.
With respect to Regina Beach and your comments or your questions regarding claims made against, in total there were 47 claims. All the insured claims have been settled. Of the uninsured claims, there are only 2 that remain outstanding.
So only 2 of the uninsured claims outstanding. How many uninsured, of the 47 claims, how many were uninsured and how many were insured?
Okay, this is a complicated answer because there's portions of each claim that are insured and uninsured. So it's not that we can just define it this way and that way and give you an exact breakdown that would sum up to 47. It won't sum to that because there's components of each within the claimed and unclaimed.
How soon are you anticipating those remaining 2 uninsured claims will be resolved?
Our understanding is that one is underway, it is progressing, and it looks like the other one is not going to progress for whatever reason.
Progress in terms of like having a resolve or a resolve in the near future? So,
What I mean by that is litigation.
okay. So obviously this issue isn't quite completely closed, but hopefully sooner than later. Two outstanding, okay. Has Sask Energy had to cut off service to any other communities due to ground movement since that Regina Beach incident?
Well, if you recall, we removed the services at Regina Beach and surrounding neighborhoods that were affected. Saskatchewan Beach, Buena Vista, Alta Vista, and a few of those. We have had other places, I think there were some around Buffalo Pound Lake where the movement there required us to also shut in some of those services.
Indefinitely or what? Or,
Yes.
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 So how many communities, sorry, can I clarify just how many communities following that had to have lost service?
My understanding is just the one community, which was the Buffalo Pound area.
Buffalo Pound.
Yeah.
And how many customers did that impact?
Not many, it was like a handful. I don't have that exact count, but it was not a big, number. It was a few places that were in an area that had some significant land movement.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's also important to mention that Sask Energy will continue to serve more than 80% of customers in that Last Mountain Lake area, right? And that you've invested $13 million as a corporation in that Buffalo Pound and Last Mountain Lake area over the past few years.
That is correct, Minister. It's not as if we have taken the gas away from everybody there. We recognize that it is a valuable service for them, and we take no pleasure in removing a service from a customer, but we do take pleasure in knowing that they're now safe.
Forgive my ignorance here, but is there a way in a community like Buffalo Pound, I'm definitely not an engineer, there's lots of things I'm not, but that is one thing that I'm not. Is there a way to ensure that they could have safe natural gas delivery in Buffalo Pound?
Certainly before we go to that final step of saying that we have to discontinue service, we look at all options. Can we reroute the pipeline to get to them? And in some cases, what happens is that their particular spot might be one that is isolated from a area that is more stable that would allow us to do that. But we do look at every option that we can to ensure that to try and keep them on the system. But unfortunately, in some cases, it just is not feasible.
Okay.
And since that time, Sask Energy has upgraded lines and installed flexible components, set up measuring devices and so on. So it's been quite an effort since that incident.
Would the issue around Buffalo Pound be that it's cost prohibitive to make it work, like extraordinarily expensive? Or is it just technically impossible to ensure its safety?
It is really difficult to ensure safety when you're in an active slope area. You could put in a line this month and it's fine, and all of a sudden we get a unusual rain event. And what rain does is it basically makes the ground slippery and it can move. So you could put it in, think you all have it made, and then a month later, it's not safe. So the only way that you can really ensure the safety is to simply not have that in that area. It's just too unstable.
Okay, thank you for that. So is there a final cost associated with the explosion and the investigation, court matters, remediation, all those things?
We don't have it summed up that way, so I can't really give you a total number of that.
How do you have it summed up?
How do we have it summed up? Litigation still, so we don't know the final answer.
Do you have a to-date figure? How much it's cost to date?
With us, we could probably provide that for you if you wish.
That if you could table that with the committee at your earliest convenience, that would be great. Just in terms of the network members, I just want to double check because I couldn't find network members on the website. And like I said, there could be all kinds of reasons for that, but could you point me to where it is on the Sask Energy website, the network member list?
If you'll bear with me for a couple of minutes.
I sure will. I sure, yeah, no, that would be great. Thank you. The employee theft. So the report on losses here, now where did I put that? The reporting from, this was August 2019, and the losses related to Sask Energy. I understand it was discovered that an employee was misappropriating gasoline for personal use during the operation of corporate fleet vehicles. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? How did the employee manage to steal fuel for, I understand, 15 years? Is that correct?
I believe that's the number, yeah. If that was written down by us, then that would be the correct number. How this played out was an attendant at the gas station phoned us and said, we think something's going on. So we investigated and found something was going on, and then we approached the employee, and we've all settled, and I think monies were recovered our estimated monies were recovered from the employee.
What was the estimated loss?
I don't have it. It was filed in the report, so if you have the report, you should. We don't have that with us right now.
Do you know how much was recovered? Was it the full amount that was recovered?
It's what we agreed on. Again, it's an estimate on the theft. We don't really know exactly. We did our best work to try and forensically determine how many gallons we think it was. And we had a number out there, and we settled on that number.
So the employee wasn't charged?
It was reported to the police.
The police make the decision on that.
Yeah.
Is the internal investigation closed?
Yes.
Did the employee file a grievance by any chance? It's all resolved.
All I can report is that it's been resolved. The employee is no longer working for us.
Okay. So I think in the report it talked about a technical solution being applied to increase the data available for vehicle monitoring, and additional follow-up protocols are being developed. What was the technical solution that was applied to make sure you've got data available for vehicle monitoring?
I can speak to that. We've got a system called Fleet Complete. So it plugs into the OBD port on vehicles, and it tracks vehicle travel. And we marry that information with vehicle fill-up information, so we can then monitor actual fuel consumption by vehicle and actual mileage. And then we go through a process of looking for outliers. And if we see outliers, we can investigate further. So that's one of the tools that we're using.
Okay. How did this employee manage to get away or manage to do this over such a long period of time?
Well, I think what it was he was his daily or weekly thefts were small, And so it was not noticed over a period of time until you get to the end. And quite frankly, it was like I mentioned to you, a third party that phoned in and said, we don't think this is your policy.
So you believe you've got protocols in place now to prevent this kind of thing from happening again?
Yes, we do. We, obviously, when something like this happens, we look at a variety of things internally. We have our own internal audit people look at what kind of procedures that we need to ramp up and strengthen so that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. And you've got an answer for me?
I do.
On the
Yeah. Like most website, there's multiple ways to get to spots, but I'll try to give you the simplest way or the way I would go there.
Okay,
So it's on saskenergy.com.
okay,
If you click on residential,
okay.
there'll be a menu on the left-hand side, and one of the items on the menu, or sorry, there's a menu across the top that has network members as a menu selection.
Okay,
So if you select network members, there's actually a search function that you can put in Regina or Assiniboia or whatever your community is, and it'll show you the closest network member.
okay. Okay, thank you for that. That's good information. I guess our time is complete. So,
Yes. Okay, seeing that we've reached our agreed upon time for questioning, we'll conclude our consideration of the lending and investing activities for Sask Energy Incorporated. Vote 150, Sask Energy Incorporated, statutory. Loans subvote SE01 in the amount of $261,400,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Minister, do you have any closing comments?
I would simply like to thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, and Ms. Chartier. This will be our last estimates together. I just want to say thank you for all your engaged interest in the file and in estimates, and all the very, very best. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, that engagement and passion that you've shown in all your work all these years. Thank you.
thank you, Minister, and thank you to all your officials. Always, we're really appreciative to have the opportunity to ask questions, and I appreciate your time, and I love committee, so this is always fun for me. So thank you, and I actually have to run up to another committee upstairs. So.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to thank committee, the Sask Energy folks who are here this evening, Ken and Christine and Mark and Randy, and my chief, Jeremy Brick, as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, we will recess now to bring in the minister and officials from Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming. Thanks. Well, welcome back, committee members. We have Nicole Sauer for substituting for Warren McCall. We'll now be considering Bill number 201, the Alcohol and Gaming Regulation Amendment Act 2019, a bilingual bill. We'll now begin our consideration of Clause 1, short title. Minister Makowski, would you please make your opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some brief opening remarks as we discuss Bill 201, which will amend the Alcohol and Gaming Regulation Act. With me this evening is SLGA officials Greg Gettle, Claire Eisman, Lynette Skalrud. And this bill clarifies the SLGA authority to enter in agreements with third parties to operate liquor warehouses, respond to amendments to the Importation of Intoxicating Liquors Act the Government of Canada has introduced, and ensure parity in the sanctions for similar offenses dealing with alcohol and cannabis. So that is my opening comments. I look forward to any questions there may be from the committee.
I like them. They're short. Are there any questions? Ms. Sauer?
Thank you. And thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks. I'd like to start by just going through some of the changes in the legislation just so that we have a good understanding of what's happening here. Now, can you specifically explain why there's a change being made to subsection 14 sub 3? This is in clause 3.
So my understanding, Ms. Sauer, is that this is essentially housekeeping from some of the changes we made in 2016. It was missed, and this just clarifies what is able to happen through the authority. So if there's any deeper detail wished, I'll turn it over to officials on that one.
Thank you. So the changes in section 14 sub 4A and B are considered housekeeping? Or is that a more substantive change?
maybe there's a misunderstanding, but F is what I was talking about previously. 4A and B is what I would call the substantial change, allowing for private third-party warehouses for specialty liquor products in the province.
Context as to why this change is being made?
First of all, there is an increasing amount of interest on behalf of the people of the province of Saskatchewan who buy liquor products for having more opportunity to have different products within our province. We've seen increased with private retail stores, again, that selection of more products available. And so I guess it initially stems from, as everything in a retail environment, what people are interested in consuming and interested in having. And so what we've seen in the province is that increased demand. And this will allow anyone to have product landed in our province to be able to have it here and not have to wait for if they so choose, to have that product selection in a more timely manner. And it will give opportunities for businesses. There's been asks into myself and for the opportunity to maybe get into this line of business if it works for them. So we've been doing this through the distribution center, the DC, and again, we rely on out-of-province warehouses to get a lot of that product in, and a lot of times we have to wait for those, and this might give an opportunity for those who want to get into business, employ a few Saskatchewan people in that narrow band of those specially ordered products to do so. I don't know, Greg, if there's any other comments you'd like to add to that?
I think
Okay, that's
really well done.
Two questions. Now, Minister, you specifically talked about specialty products, but this legislation doesn't say to establish and operate a warehouse in Saskatchewan for the storage and distribution of specialty products. It's beverage alcohol. So is the definition of beverage alcohol wider than specialty products?
Maybe she needs water.
Do you want some peanuts?
No, I'm fine. You're assuming I know. How much fresh lunch did you for? Un peu? Un peu. Un peu. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Was it not for me?
That's for David, it doesn't matter, but he's just said on the record for one call.
Oh. Oh, I see who I was checking it
Yeah.
for.
We say a lot of things that are wrong on the record, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somehow the world continues to turn.
Yes,
All
exactly.
right, well.
No, I shredded it. That's not, you need it now. You wouldn't be, oh my goodness, because when it was like.
So we're not specifically defining specialty products within the legislation. It is in the operating agreement if anybody does so choose to open one of these third-party warehouses. So that's where that will be understood, and that this was the intent to have those lower volume specialty products, if someone so chooses to get in that business, to cover that. And then the SLGA distribution center to have those high volume, quick off the shelf. Those are going. We know those are going to be consumed by sent out to retailers and consumed in a short manner. So again, the DC will focus on those high volume products, and others, if they so choose, can get into the narrow line of specialty products, again, in that operating agreement.
Okay, Minister, I appreciate that, but words in legislation matter. And I just need you to confirm that this legislation, Section 14, Sub 4, allows for an individual to operate a warehouse in Saskatchewan for the storage and distribution of beverage alcohol, which is wider than specialty products, as you are describing.
We have 2 more bills.
I'd love just to speak with the officials directly.
My contacts are starting to die. It's been a long day. This is not count for the 60 hours. No, it's not count towards the 60 hours. It's unfortunate. Yeah.
So, if I think I understand your question, Ms. Sauer, SLG through legislation has always had the opportunity to control the importation of liquor into the province of Saskatchewan. So we've always been able to do this. The amendments you're talking about just define it to include the beer section, for example, and allow us to have that accountability from the folks in the province about what SLJ is able to do. So this cleans up some of the language.
Minister, you mentioned at the beginning of the discussion of this particular clause that it is a substantive change, more than clarifying, cleaning up the language, as you had said. I'm just simply asking a yes or no question, whether or not this particular clause allows for the authority to enter into an agreement with any person authorizing the person to establish and operate a warehouse in Saskatchewan for the storage and distribution of something larger than or something more than what you are calling specialty liquor.
Yeah, it gives us the same authority, but, different language, so yes.
Is yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you explain the change out in section 19.1 sub 2 where you're replacing one clause with another clause? Is this a housekeeping or a substantive change, and can you explain the change?
Oh, which clause? Well, it's clause 4 sub 2, the change to 19.1 sub 2. I'm still on the first page. They're striking out clause 107 and then substituting 1332, and if we flip over a couple pages, you'll see what, I think, new 133.12F is. You can bring up your. As long as it doesn't affect your ability to make some illegal moonshine, you're fine.
Ms. Stoller to answer this question.
Hi. When the federal government made amendments to the Importation of Intoxicating Liquors Act in 2019, the advice we had from the Ministry of Justice is that we should make some amendments to our legislation to shore up Saskatchewan's ability to control the importation of liquor into the province. So as a result, we took some sections out of 107 and moved them to a new section, 133.1. So the change you see in 19 is simply updating the section reference for 107 to the new 133.1.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Minister, the change to section 67 removes the clause sub A2, a reference to Brewers Association. Can you explain this change?
I'm back. So with the change to section 14, that gives us more clear ability to enter into agreements for the distribution of liquor. We're removing the section specific to brewers distributors, who will now come under that section 14.3.
Thank you. So just to clarify, they're not being limited, they fall under the new section.
Exactly.
Thank you. Minister, could you explain why in the new section (133.1), this might get a bit confusing, hopefully not. The subsection F, from what I understand, is not included. So I'm looking at section, in the current act, section 107 sub 2, which was essentially moved to, the wording was changed to make it prohibitive rather than, correct? Yeah, to make it prohibitive instead of the way it is now. But when I look at the new section 133, subsection F of 107 sub 2 is left out, and that states that a person who is not a minor may carry or transport beverage alcohol from the place at which it was lawfully obtained to a place where it may lawfully be had, kept, or consumed, or from that place to another place where beverage alcohol may be lawfully had, kept, or consumed. I'm assuming I just missed where it's moved. I just want to ensure that it's still in the legislation somewhere.
It is in section 133.1, and now it's G, I'm told.
Now, Minister, moving back to the change in allowing for third-party agreements to establish and operate warehouses, can you explain why these different products, these specialty products that you're speaking about, can't be moved through the current model?
Well, again, I think I mentioned before, maybe not, but this does take place in our province through the DC, and we hope with this line of business, if somebody does get into it, it will be readily available here in Saskatchewan. Currently, we wait for sometimes very long times as we rely on other jurisdictions to import those products, and so again, this does happen. This just opens another line of business for those who may be interested to employ some people and get into that narrow range of specialty products.
Won't this result in less product being moved through the distribution center?
I guess it would depend on the operating model. If the theoretical warehouse does open, they could distribute through themselves, or they could have the option of using the current DC, and so that'll be determined into the future. And again, it doesn't seem the trends for that specialty area. It's growing, and so we'll see what transpires in the future, of course. But yeah. It's not a concrete answer, but it depends what model those potential third-party warehouses use.
But just to clarify, it could potentially result in less product moving through the distribution center.
Yeah. I suppose anything could happen. It couldn't be just this reason. There could be more people decide not to purchase alcohol, right? So there's a variety of things that could lead to less alcohol through the DC. I suppose it could. This change.
Right, but this is a government decision through legislative change. So I'm assuming that SLGA has done some analysis as to how this might impact the work that happens at the distribution center, since you are responsible for staffing people there. So what sort of analysis has occurred about what this change might mean for the distribution center?
Right, exactly. So, and like that was, like we. Mine are already high, but it's just, normally, I hope that I can stay in the area longer than a day or two. Yeah, like we are supposed to have places, as you know, so. So, that is. Not too much. My best friend was in next door. I had seen her since last year. It's terrible. So, yeah. They're like moving into this surgery are having. But the government said that it's respectful provincial travel. The media is saying interprovincial travel, but I think it should, are you saying, yes, I think it's, yes, exactly, but it should be. Because those rules around SMPCs where it's balance of, yeah, I don't think they are still, like, so like it's here.
Again, to those comments I made before, it's difficult to say whether if a third-party warehouse, if they decide to distribute through the DC, so that won't, it's unknown quite now what the effect will be on the volume of liquor. Keep in mind, this is only 5% roughly of the products being moved through the DC, so not a huge tranche of the business through the DC, and they're quite busy over there. They have a lot of product that goes through, and there's several more retailers that we service compared to prior to 2016 when there was a different model, and so we're just having product being physically in Saskatchewan, having a few jobs if someone wants to get into this business, and relying less on the Alberta and the BC warehousing system, and again, having that shorter lag time. So I don't think in terms of the number of people working at the DC, there's no plans to alter that.
Thank you for that. Just to be clear, because I think it's very important that we're clear for the record of this bill. When you say that this, you're only talking about a small percentage of what goes through the DC, this legislation does allow for all beverage alcohol to be dealt with. I understand what you're telling me the intent of the legislation is, but the wording of the legislation specifically says beverage alcohol. So I just wanted to clarify that for Hansard's sake. Are there any further plans? Are there any plans for further steps in this direction with SLGA?
So just to your previous comment, Ms. Sauer, the intent is clarified clearly in the operating agreement, is my understanding. So there's that part of it as well. In terms of the future, this is enabling legislation. We don't know who may step forward and get into this. Certainly, I imagine the current, I can't say for sure, but the current situation we find ourselves in with COVID-19 certainly is having an effect on I'm sure, decisions to maybe possibly get into this area of the economy. But there's no plans to enhance this or increase this. This is what we've decided to do with that 5% of the potentially 5% of the specialty products that go through the DC.
Thank you, Minister. And just to clarify, using your words, this is enabling legislation that could open the door to further, should individuals approach you with potential business models.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's a enabling agreement to allow someone to open a specialty warehouse.
Where is the enabling agreement in the legislation?
Right in the middle of the pandemic. Guess how much fun that was. It's, well, because we had to move all the furniture during the pandemic. And it's way less space than we have a regular sharing with Carla. We have like 4 desks basically Tetrised into my office spot. So we were waiting for the donation restore to open up so that we could decommission the furniture and send it to them. And that just happened like a week ago. So we're hoping to move the stuff out of there next week and get it operating by July. Oh, really? Do you live on? Oh, yeah.
So again, the ability to have other warehouses, third-party warehouse, whatever they may be, has always been available. It's always been this way for 30 years. We've had third-party beer distributors for decades in the province of Saskatchewan. This just clarifies the ability to do so.
But again, Minister, I go back to the fact that you said this is not a housekeeping change, but a substantive change. So can you explain that?
No, we both have separate CAs. Basically, my CA has an office there, and then I have like a nook near her desk. Me and Carla are kind of devoted to like a small space. Because they're in there, you know.
Yeah, they're in there most of the time, you're right, yeah, and then we are.
And then there's an office space where we can meet with constituents.
Where was Carla before? Where were you?
She was on 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of near Safeway. Yeah, they're tearing that building down. I think that's where the liquor store, the Safeway liquor store, not the Safeway liquor store. Yeah, Sobeys liquor store. Yeah, so she was looking for new space, and my office wasn't ideal. It was a great location, but it wasn't the best space in the world. We were on 15th in the Heritage neighborhood, really close to the General Hospital.
Okay, yeah.
But we were really close to multinational, which is like a great community hub, and they make really good beer. So I'm kind of sad to be.
The trade-offs.
Yeah, now we're like
Dude,
7
like, I
blocks
was just
away
gonna
from
say that
that.
you're not that much further away. This is not stepping out your front door.
Yeah, it's still sad, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You guys were that dumb Jim Silver restaurant where you said?
No, I haven't
I
tried
haven't
them
been
yet.
there yet.
Is it even open?
Their open sign is flashing.
Oh.
We're next to that and a vape shop that's also
Yeah.
open, and Value Pizza,
Yes.
which I hear is good, but I've never.
I've never even heard of
Yeah,
that.
when I lived on 23 block Halifax for a long time, and we had it once or twice, and Kathy was on the table, like, she lives on, like, 1 block behind what is it behind Halifax?
Rose, maybe?
I can't remember, anyways, her and Bob used to go there all the time to Value Pizza.
Yeah, I hear it's amazing. I'll have to try it at some point.
Very close to the vape shop. That would be nice.
They get an alarming amount of traffic.
Yes, they do. And there's a Ukrainian restaurant that's only open like one day a week.
Yeah, it's very, very, I went there once when they first opened, and it was really good.
I'd just like to clarify, Ms. Sauer, in terms of the word substantive, you've come back to that, used that several times. So clause A and B was more substantive than F is what I was saying there, what I was referring to, substantive.
Yeah, A and B was what I was talking about. Okay.
More substantive.
Okay.
More substantive than F, yeah.
Minister, you mentioned in your remarks that individuals, businesses have already approached you about this change. Could you provide a list of who has spoken to you about this change with an interest in?
I won't get specific into a list or a breakdown of that, but certainly we've heard from retailers in terms of the time it takes to potentially get a product into Saskatchewan, and so that in general there's been a general interest to get some of those products and quicker from our retailers.
In your remarks, you had a few times talked about this legislative change as a business opportunity for individuals. And in saying that, you did mention that there were people who have approached you about this as a business opportunity. Who are the organizations or individuals who have approached you about this?
I would say that I wouldn't want to. I would say in general that we've heard from retailers and restaurants that want the opportunity to get specialty products here in a timely manner, and I certainly don't have a list here of who exactly who is interested. I'm not sure they'd want me to say that to them about what they might want to do. So I think I'd leave it at that.
Minister, is there a rule or legislation that is preventing you from providing that information?
Good evening, Claire Eisman. I think it would be freedom of information. People have definitely approached with a potential consideration of a business opportunity that would be protected information.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What will be the process for providing these contracts?
So to answer your question, it's not really a selection process per se. It's more about as if businesses or individuals come forward and request to engage in an agreement, then if they meet the qualifications, we would provide them with an agreement.
Okay, so it won't be like an RFP process or anything like that. It'll be individual contracts with whoever approaches SLGA.
As long as they meet the terms and conditions, yes.
Okay. Do you have an estimated number of how many individuals or companies you plan on entering into an agreement with for this?
It could be unlimited. Okay. There's no limit to the number of agreements. It's just based on whether or not people qualify.
Thank you. Now, Minister, I understand the restrictions under freedom of or privacy legislation. Could you provide the number of individuals or organizations who've contacted you with respect to this change?
So I'd say it, without having formal lists or anything, I'd say it'd be under 10 that have mentioned this possibility. And again, the operating agreement is a public domain. Anybody can see it, what the operating parameters are. And again, the market will decide the number of folks who may be interested.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, we will move on to the bill. Clause 1, short title. Is that agreed? Carried. Takes me a little longer. It's bilingual. I got to do both sides here. Clause 2. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 3. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 4. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 5. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 6. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 7. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 8. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 9. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 10, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 11, coming into force, is that agreed? Carried. Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan, enacts as follows. The Alcohol and Gaming Regulation Amendment Act 2019, a bilingual bill. I would now ask a member to move that we report Bill number 201, the Alcohol and Gaming Regulation Amendment Act 2019, a bilingual bill, without amendment. Mr. Nerline so moves. Is that agreed? Carried. Mr. Mikowski, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you for the questions, and thanks to officials.
From Sauer, anything?
To thank the minister for answering my questions this evening, as well as the officials for providing all of the information that you provided tonight, and the committee for doing their work and continuing to do their work throughout the evening.
Okay, we will recess and bring in the minister and officials from SGI.
See ya.
Ready? Are we supposed to go? Well, welcome back and welcome to the people from SGI. And we have a substitution for the NDP. Nicole Rancourt is substituting for David Forbes. We will now be considering Bill number 197, the Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act 2019. We'll begin our consideration of Clause 1, short title. Minister Hargrave, would you please make your opening comments? And also, I'd like to remind the officials, if you speak, could you please state your name for Hansard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening. And I'll introduce my officials. Next to me is Andrew Cartmell, President and CEO of SGI. JP Cullen, Vice President of Licensing and Customer and Vehicle Services. Quay, Vice President of Traffic Safety Services. Ryan Smith, Vice President of Saskatchewan Claims and Salvage Operations. And Lindsay Ferguson, Legislative advisor, and my Chief of Staff, Angela Curry. The first bill we're discussing this evening is Bill number 197, Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act. The first proposed change removes the references in the Act to any law, in quotations, and replaces them with reference to any law or statute of any province, state, or country, which clarifies that this means more than just Saskatchewan laws. The next proposed change is one of the appeal provisions, which SGI and the Ministry of Justice share responsibility. The proposed change would ensure that either SGI or a claimant must have leave of the court or a judge of the court before appealing a decision of the Court of Queen's Bench or Appeal Commission to the Court of Appeal. The existing Act provides for an automatic right of appeal. The Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal for Saskatchewan has requested this amendment to avoid requiring a full panel of the court to be engaged on an appeal that lacks merit. There are also a variety of housekeeping changes, and we'd be happy now to answer whatever questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Minister. Are there any questions, Ms. Rancourt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the officials for being here this evening. We've had to piece a whole bunch of different committee meetings in a short period of time, so I'm sure you might not have had a whole lot of time to get prepared for this, so I appreciate you being here this evening, and it's later in the evening for myself. I'm not sure for a few folks here, probably too, and so I appreciate, again, you taking this time and time away from your family to be here. So yes, I do have some questions with regards to the changes in the Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act. When was the last time this piece of legislation was amended?
That would be in 2018.
Yeah, I didn't think it was very long ago that we were having some discussion with some of these amendments. And a lot of the changes that are reflected through this piece of legislation is the gender-neutral language. Is that something that SGI is looking to do with changes to their legislation, or is this a government-wide change?
It is an initiative from the Justice Department, and they're doing it through pieces of legislation as they come up. They're trying to work. I mean, as you can well imagine, there's a lot of pieces of legislation. So sort of as we're working on a piece to do something with it, we'll try to change that gender, to make it gender neutral.
I think that's appreciated for a lot of the residents of the province. It looks like that's the direction we're going, and it reflects all citizens, so that's appreciated. But since this piece of legislation was just amended 2 years ago, why was there a main push to make some changes to this piece of legislation again so quickly?
The main reason it's coming forward is because of the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal requesting that amendment. And so while we were doing that we took the opportunity to always correct any potential housekeeping that there might be, and again, change that, a lot of the wording in there to gender neutral wording. Yep.
And I see that there was some changes being made with regards to a person's license being surrendered. Why was it decided to make these changes? The changes to a person's license being surrendered. There's some changes here with regards to if a person receives a driving suspension in another province or country, that license would be surrendered here if they had an accident someplace else. Yeah.
Fred's good, he'll be really quick at calling. He'll be quick at calling the clauses, because they're close together, you don't have to look for them. Sometimes they're kind of spread out. You kind of gotta really look for it, but they're like one right after the other after the other.
That's gonna be ridiculous. I know, it's not your fault.
You guys are legislators, like, it's your job. It's your job.
My eyes are bothering me, I'm not getting this program.
Good evening, it's Lindsay Ferguson from SGI Legislative Advisor. I think that what you're mentioning is the change from any law to any law of any jurisdiction, any country, and that wasn't a change in policy or a change in procedures. It was just a change to clarify that if something happens to your driver's license in another country or another province, then that follows you into Saskatchewan, that it'll apply to your driver's license here.
So what is the current practice for receiving this information? How would Saskatchewan know if a person had that kind of infraction someplace else?
We have, at least across Canada, an interprovincial record exchange system. That system has all the information on every driver in the country, and if there's a suspension, it goes on that system. If you move to Saskatchewan, we query that system before we can give you a driver's license. And if there's any issue with your driver's license, you won't be able to get a driver's license here in Saskatchewan. It's done across the country, so because we have the policy of one person, one record, and one license in Canada.
And so if a person had their license suspended in another country, would we be able to get that information in Saskatchewan?
If it's in the USA or even in Europe, the person is obligated to let us know if the license is suspended or not. The record exchange right now just applies to Canada, but the person is obliged to let us know if the license is suspended or not.
So the terminology that's changed in this piece of legislation is already the current practice that's happening. Am I correct with that?
That's correct.
Okay, so there won't be any changes of practice?
No, there won't.
Okay, thank you. So one of the major changes within this piece of legislation was the appeal process. So you made some reference to the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal making this request. Why was this so important to make these changes?
So it's correct, this was a request of the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal. Currently, a customer can appeal from the Automobile Injury Appeal Commission or the Court of Queen's Bench to the Court of Appeal, and that appeal is on a question of law only. So where the current process, a customer would have to go through the entire appeal process with a three-member panel of the Court of Appeal, and then get their decision. Whereas now they have it's like a preliminary application where one judge grants leave for them to proceed. So because it's a question of law only, the customer will find that out right at the outset, that there's no question of law. Whereas under the current process, they'd have to go through the entire appeal process to find that out.
So is this hoping that this will lessen the length of the procedural time?
Yeah, it'll lessen the work for a three-panel member of the Court of Appeal. And it also will lessen the work that a customer has to go through, because there are many stages to a full appeal, and the cost is more as well, whereas the leave application is $25.
And is this only for the Injury Appeal Commission?
It's for appeals from the Automobile Injury Appeal Commission or the Court of Appeal. So when a customer disagrees with SGI, they can either get redress from the Automobile Injury Appeal Commission or the Court of Queen's Bench. And then from either of those bodies, the appeal is up to the Court of Appeal.
And how many appeals a year would be applied for?
I can't answer that question, sorry. I don't know.
Okay. I was just wondering if this will maybe make it easier for more people to appeal then? Would it maybe increase the amount of appeals that might happen?
It potentially could, but I don't think it would. Because once an appellant will decide to appeal, once they have the decision of the body below, and if they disagree with that decision, then they can appeal.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's very good information. So I think that was about all the changes that was happening with this piece of legislation. And so that's all the questions I have with this bill, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. We will now go through Bill 197. Short title, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 2, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 3, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 4, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 5, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 6, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 7, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 8, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 9, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 10, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 11, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 12, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 13, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 14, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 15, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 16, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 17, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 18, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 19, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 20, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 21, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 22, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 23, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 24, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 25, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 26, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 27, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 28, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 29, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 30, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 31, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 32, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 33, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 34, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 35, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 36, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 37, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 38, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 39, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 40, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 41, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 42, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 43, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 44, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 45, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 46, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 47, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 48, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 49, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 50, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 51, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 52, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 53, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 54, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 55, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 56, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 57, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 58, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 59, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 60, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 61, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 62, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 63, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 64, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 65, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 66, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 67, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 68, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 69, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 70, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 71, coming into force, is that agreed? Carried. Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan, enacts as follows. The Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act 2019. I would ask a member to move that we report Bill number 197, the Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act 2019, without amendment. Ms. Lambert moves. Is that agreed? Carried. Did a crappy job of my signature that time. We will now be considering Bill number 198, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2019, We'll begin our consideration of Clause 1, short title. Minister Hargrave, would you please make your opening comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are several proposed amendments in this bill touching on a variety of topics, so I'll just highlight some of the more notable changes. One amendment removes an exemption for non-residents, which will ensure they are subject to mandatory training requirements to operate commercial semis in Saskatchewan. The implementation of mandatory training for Class 1 vehicles on March 15th, 2019 was done through regulations, but changes to rules around drivers licensing for non-residents required legislative change. As a result, the requirement for mandatory truck training currently does not apply to non-residents. This amendment ensures that anyone wanting to drive a semi in Saskatchewan will be subject to mandatory training requirements. There are also proposed changes regarding ignition interlock devices, which prevent the driver from operating a vehicle if they have alcohol in their system. In Saskatchewan, if a driver is charged under the criminal code with an impaired driving offense, the driver is suspended from driving until the charge is stayed or withdrawn or the driver is acquitted. During this suspension period, the driver cannot participate in the ignition interlock program. In addition, if convicted of an alcohol-related offense, the driver cannot participate in the ignition interlock program until they have completed mandatory educational programming. The proposed changes would allow drivers to participate in the ignition interlock program before their charges are dealt with and without needing to complete an education course first. The changes will hopefully result in higher participation and lower instances of individuals driving while disqualified. It also helps to address criticism that indefinite license suspensions are unconstitutional because they treat a person as guilty before they resolve their charge in court. While these changes were brought forward in the fall, they may be even more important now since the pandemic disrupted court operations and drivers need to wait longer to have their charges dealt with. Another proposed change deals with distracted driving in Saskatchewan. We have two laws that address distracted driving: driving while using or holding a cell phone and driving without due care and consideration. Currently, there are some inconsistencies in the sanctions between the two offenses. Drivers caught for a second cell phone offense within a year are subject to vehicle impoundment. However, for driving without due care and consideration, impoundments don't happen until a third offense. The proposed amendments would ensure consistency between these two similar charges, with impoundments becoming a sanction on the second offense for both. I've only touched on a few of the many proposed changes in the Act, but we're happy to answer any questions you may have on any of the amendments.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Rancourt, would you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minister was correct. There is quite a bit of changes within this piece of legislation, and it really gave me a good opportunity to spend some time learning a lot more about the Traffic Safety Act. So I'm looking forward to having a lot of the discussion with details within this piece of legislation. And this is, I would say, a really important piece of legislation because this is what helps keep our roads safe and ensures that peace officers and any officials who are having to enforce these laws have the right information. So it's important that we do this right and we make sure that we do our due diligence with regards to reviewing the changes within the Act. So my first question is, when was the last time this piece of legislation was amended?
That was also in 2018.
Busy year. So why was it important? Why were a lot of these changes not made 2 years ago? What was the difference between then and now?
Excuse me. Well, most of it is due to events that happened since the last legislation. For example, the semi-driver training that come into effect in 2019. And as I said in my comments, a lot of that was dealt with in regulations, but the temporary foreign workers piece is legislation that had to change, and so that's why this is in this legislation. On the ignition interlock system, that's in there now because of court challenges, not in Saskatchewan, but court challenges in Alberta that had similar legislation. And so this is one where, on the advice of justice, that should be changed so that allows these people to operate their vehicle with the ignition interlock system before their charges are dealt with in a court of law. And of course, with the pandemic now, I mean, that could take a considerable amount of time that a person that wants to contest the charge would essentially have to be without their vehicle or without their license. And unfortunately, some people then continue to drive while disqualified, and that's additional charges and additional issue. But by allowing them to use the interlock device, they can still use their vehicle to do whatever it is, as long as there's no alcohol in their system. Unfortunately, the system doesn't apply to an impaired driving charge due to drugs because the system can't detect, that interlock system can't detect drugs in the system.
There was a lot of changes with regards to having the additional training for Class 1 drivers a couple years back, and I believe that came into effect March of 2019. And so after that was announced, there was some exemptions that were in place at that time, but my understanding were later reviewed, and one of them was with regards to farmers. And so are farmers needing to have this mandatory and the entry-level training?
In March of 2021, everybody will have to have mandatory training, be it temporary foreign workers, be it farmers, or be it whatever. Everybody will have to have the mandatory training if they don't have their current Class 1 license. They won't have to retake, obviously, if they've had their Class 1 license.
So if they already have their Class 1 license, they do not have to take this training?
That's right.
The whole time that they have their Class 1 license?
If they have their Class 1 license and it's not an F endorsement, right? If it's an F endorsement license, they'll have to take the training. And if it's a person that already has their regular Class 1 license, even though they haven't taken this 121 and a half hours of training, they won't have to retake it. It's considered experience, and they're grandfathered into this current program. It applies to going forward. Now, the uptake on the 121 and a half hours has been very positive. We had another one in there, the 40-hour one, and the uptake on that was very, very minimal. Anybody that did take that, those 40 hours apply to the 121 and a half hours when they have to have the full 121 and a half. Those 40-hour people, by March of 2021, they'll have to go through the rest of the training. And so if they've already taken 40 hours, that will apply to the 121 and a half.
Is there any training that is needed to be done after a couple years or on a repeated basis?
The training only will come into effect if your driver's license and your merits require it. So if you've gotten penalties, right? Yeah, if you've gotten penalties where you drive, just like your Class 5 driver's license, you could have to, if you get enough demerit points, you could have to retake your license or take additional training. And I mean, that would apply there too.
So when we oftentimes think of the Class 1 driver's license, we think of semi trucks, but there's a lot of other trucks and vehicles that would require a Class 1 driver's license. And so I'm wondering if everyone that has a Class 1 will require that training.
Class 1 is just for semis. So there's other classes. There's Class 3, which is for different sized vehicles. And so there's 3, 4. And so that's not 121 and a half hours. They can get that through other training. Yep.
So my understanding under the definition on the SGI website is that the Class 1 vehicles, that is power units and semi-trailers and trucks, which have a trailer or vehicle in tow where the gross weight of the towed units exceed 4,600 kilograms. So could a truck with a pull trailer exceed that amount?
So the mandatory training is for semi drivers. So like you said, the truck pulling a semi. The weight consideration that you indicated there allows us to categorize between what goes into a class 3 category of license as compared to a class 1 type of license. So if you exceed the weight threshold that you indicated, you're required to do a training to be able to drive it. We have another category for people pulling trailers in excess of the weight that you indicated, where we allow them to have what we call an endorsement. I think it's a G endorsement on the license, and it allows them to drive and pull that kind of trailer as well.
Because now a lot of people are getting RV trailers, and they're quite elaborate, and so with the truck and the trailer, and then sometimes they have a boat. I was wondering if it would get to the point that they would need to have a specialized training or license for that.
There is a specialized license for that. It's an endorsement on your license. So when you are tested with a special endorsement, and that gives you the ability to pull that trailer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's not a mandatory 121.5-hour training that is reserved for semi-drivers. Wait, by the way.
So there is in the oil and gas industry, there's big mobile rigs that might not be considered as semi-trucks, but they're very large motorized vehicles, and one would think that they would need some specialized training for those service rig drivers. Are they required to have this mandatory training as well?
No, we have one little more on there, and a bunch of them.
Hi, I'm JP Cullen from SGI, obviously. What you're referring to are drilling units, and they are allowed to operate under a Class 5 license with a G endorsement, so it's the extra training that was referenced by Quay. It also is understood that those vehicles operate in a convoy and within a very confined radius. They don't travel often or very far.
So would there be some occasions when they might have to travel on the highways and away from those locations?
Yes, that would happen, but as I said, they're traveling in convoys. That's part of the condition for that allowance. And it is very rare that that would occur. And these vehicles also travel at very low speeds, so that's another consideration for the allowance that we provide.
Okay. And so with regards to the changes here, will there be any exemptions for any class of individual who would have a Class 1 license?
After March of 2021, there's 0 exemptions. So if you want to drive a semi after that, you need you either have had to have your license already, or you need 121 and a half hours training.
Okay. And do you guys have, do you know how many people who currently have a Class 1 license and already have the training? Do you have those numbers?
Overall, there's about 60,000 Class 1 license in the province. Since we started the mandatory 121 and a half hour training period, there's been about 750 people go through and achieve their license there.
That would be a small percentage of the people who have a Class 1. Is there, what are you expecting the numbers to look like when this is mandatory in 2021?
Well, on an average year, there's 2,000 new licenses in the Class 1, and we expect things to normalize, after March of 2021, and that we should probably continue to average the 2,000 drivers. We can't go back on the 60,000 that already have their license, but anybody going forward, and we expect that to be in that 2,000 license range.
Is SGI considering to have an incentive for people who already have the license to potentially take this training? It's always good to have the updated information. Would they be providing anything like that?
No, there's no anticipated incentive to have that done, and in other jurisdictions anywhere, it's never something that has been done. Now, of those 60,000 licenses, a lot just maintain their license, but they haven't driven a semi in some time, but they still that's their driver's license. So yeah, a lot of them don't drive semi anymore, but. And some would maybe voluntarily take a refresher course, but no, we don't. There's no plan to incentivize.
Thank you. One of the other changes within this piece of legislation, which I found was very interesting to read about, was the addition of having the automated and connected vehicles added to the legislation. And I believe in your remarks, Mr. Minister, that you indicated when you presented the bill in the chamber that at this time there was none of these vehicles that were registered in Saskatchewan, but obviously it looks like that's going to be in the future. And so can you tell me a little bit about what you're expecting these vehicles to potentially come to Saskatchewan, if you know if they're in other countries or other provinces? I'm not very familiar with them, so if you can give me some information, that would be wonderful.
So do you have to go to medical, do you have to renew then the license, or without the medical? Yeah. Well, it's good to know that you're healthy. Oh, yeah.
You have to get two, or do you take one medical report for both of them? Yes. Yep. Well, what clause are you on here? It just shows a whole lot.
Hi, JP calling again, still with SGI, for now. So when we speak of automated vehicles, there's different levels of automation. So when we think of full automation, which is class 5, that's quite a long ways out. We're not seeing that, and it will be a long time before we see that. However, we are seeing lower levels of vehicle automation. It's on the roads now, class 1, 2, and even up to level 4. So what we're trying to do is prepare for the future and have vehicle automation identified in the legislation so that we can start to regulate it really for the sake of safety. That's the primary purpose. There's also been another development in agriculture through Seedmaster and the DOT implement, which is already underway, and they were ready to go as early as 2 years ago. And we needed to catch up to that to allow for the safe operation of those vehicles when they cross public roads and those kinds of things. So that was the purpose of the amendment that we've put forward now.
And so because this is such new legislation and new guidelines, was there any other pieces of legislation that you used for a platform, like maybe some other province or country might have had it in their legislation? Where did you gather these guidelines from?
Development of vehicle automation in Canada is actually extremely collaborative, and all of the jurisdictions are working very closely together, sharing information. So a lot of the work that we are doing is modeled on what's gone on in Ontario, in some of the eastern provinces, New Brunswick, Quebec, and we share back and forth with each other all the time so that we can really develop the policy around these vehicles in collaboration with each other.
And so there was some changes here that talked about having a vehicle permit for the automated and connected vehicles. Excuse me if I'm wrong or if I read it wrong, but would there be a special permit when these vehicles come that an individual would have to get?
At this time, that's our plan, and that's really geared toward the work that we're doing with DOT. DOT's a piece of farm machinery, and so it typically doesn't fall under our legislation. However, it is going to be interacting on public roads, and so we needed to find a way to regulate its activity, and the permit system is what will work best for us because it keeps us very aware of where the vehicle is operating, how it's operating, and the times. And so we're really understanding what's going on, and it allows us to allow for the beneficial development of these vehicles, but still keep the public safe.
And so is there any thought that when those vehicles do come to Saskatchewan, that the owner would have to get a permit, but also, would they also have to get a vehicle registration on top of that?
Thanks for that. So the permitting system as it stands right now is really about the response to the development in agriculture, and it's focused on safety. So a lot of how the development is occurring is in a test environment, and so these are pilot projects. So the permit system works very effectively for that. As we get further down the road and you see increasing levels of automation all the way up to full automation, I don't think we can speculate about, you know, the permit at that point or whether it's relevant. Of course, they will have to be registered, they will have to be insured, and what this legislation, what this amendment does right now is set the groundwork for allowing us to do that over time.
Okay. And when I was reviewing the information here, I was wondering if you can provide me a little bit more details of what 75.4 subsection 2 means when it says no person other than the peace officer acting in the course of a peace officer's duties or any other person acting in that course of that person's duties shall tamper with, obstruct, or interfere with the operation of an automated vehicle or a connected vehicle.
Well, I've said for years, for probably the last 25 years, I want to be Barbara Walters, and I want to drive her, because that's what she has. She didn't drive her drive, apparently. She always had a driver, and I thought, if I won a lottery, what would be the number one thing I'd want? A driver. That is what I'd want. You could just become a premier. They get a driver. That's too much work, but nice thought. I'd rather win the lottery. Thank you. Yeah, I hate driving. Yeah, I just want to walk out the door.
Are you going home after, like, on Tuesday next week and going back? Yeah, you are. Yeah, it's in the morning. Yeah, it's in the morning. And then we don't have committee that day, we just sit in the morning and then.
Yeah, we do. We have an early sitting on Tuesday, like Fridays.
Yeah, Tuesdays early.
I gotta skedaddle. That was so true.
So this provision, again, was taken from Ontario, and the driving consideration behind it is safety on the roads. So, and in particular, once these farm implements start operating on public roads or crossing public roads, we need to ensure that nobody is interfering with that operation. So this is drafted as an offense. So along with the normal sort of, you know, tampering that can happen with a vehicle, there's also the idea that these vehicles are connected vehicles. So I think that this provision is also targeted at ensuring that there's no interference with that connection. So by that I mean through the internet or through the web. So really it's just addressing public safety and making sure that these vehicles operate according to their permit. So the permit will outline the conditions of operation, and the vehicles will have to strictly adhere to that. We'll make sure there's no interference with the permit conditions or the operation of the vehicle on the road.
And so this is new to, I think, a lot of us. And so when I'm thinking of one of those farm equipment on the road and saying that no one can obstruct or interfere, would like a regular driver passing by, or if they had their Wi-Fi on their cars, because you can buy that for your cars now, would that be included in obstructing or interfering?
Depends where you live. That's not,
I get
that's
it.
not worth it. Well, depends, but I'm sure you're going home, yeah.
They're doing it virtually, but the dignitaries are
In person.
like 6 feet.
Yeah.
Where are you guys doing it?
Could I dress it up with my red gear that I have? But yeah. A fancy jazzed up Canada Day.
Hi. You're right, this is new territory. So the way that these vehicles work, and you're speaking specifically of the DOT power unit, that's actually a closed connection between the power unit and the pilot vehicle. So it's not like somebody driving past could use their cell phone or by accident interrupt that signal. It doesn't really work like that. However, we really have to be mindful of the intent to disrupt that signal and the potential for, breaking that connection between the vehicle or the power unit and the DOT implement. And so that, again, is what this legislation is designed to do, is to make that an offense. There's also an important consideration here that we're, particularly in the testing phase, when safety is so paramount, we're really expecting the driving public to apply a different level of care and attention when they're around these vehicles. So we don't want people cutting them off. We don't want people coming in and potentially breaking the connection inadvertently or otherwise through their driving behaviors. So it's sort of a catch-all way of just changing people's approach to a new type of vehicle and a new type of technology that's on the road.
I think there'll be a lot of public awareness when this becomes a reality in our province, for sure. So thank you for that. Yeah. So the next thing I wanted to talk about with changes with this legislation is in section 112, there's a definition of signing officer was added. Can you tell me the reason for this addition?
Hi. So a signing officer is an owner or an employee at an inspection station. We have hundreds of inspection stations around the province, and they have the authority to sign off on vehicle inspections. Right now, our legislation doesn't identify a signing officer, although it's a person that does work and performs that official function. Where this becomes important is in certain circumstances where we might revoke that signing officer's authority for some reason. They have no legal mechanism for appeal because we don't identify them or give them official status in the legislation. So in essence, what we're trying to do is identify them and give them that status so that they have all of the necessary avenues of appeal if it's necessary.
So would this individual need any specific type of training to be required to be assigned the title as signing officer?
A signing officer is usually a certified technician, generally through an automotive trade. So they're professionals in their field, and they've been given authority to perform inspections and sign them off on behalf of SGI.
Because there was other individuals here that were identified as well, like the inspector station. The person needed an inspector station certificate or an inspector mechanic certificate. Are these quite substantially different training that these individuals, like would the signing officer have to have those certificates in order to be the signing officer?
They would typically require the same level of training. What it usually is it's an employee. The owner is usually the other term's escaping me right now. The signing officer, in other instances, it's an employee who has that same authority and can act on their behalf.
Okay, because if a person owned an establishment that did that type of repairs, but didn't have the training, they wouldn't be able to be the signing officer just simply because they own the facility. They would still need to provide that level of training, right?
That's true. Just being an owner, you have to have the necessary qualifications in order to be an inspector. Yeah.
And in Section 120, Section 2 was eliminated. Can you explain why?
Hi again. So really, what that section was repealed because it was a change in terminology. It no longer applied.
Thank you. So one of the big changes in this piece of legislation was with regards to the Ignition Interlock program. And Mr. Minister, when you were talking about that, you indicated that some of these changes came due to some of the court challenges regarding the ignition interlock system from Alberta. Could you give me some more information with regards to that?
Andrew Cartmel. So this change is in response to a successful court challenge of the indefinite license suspension in Alberta. So in Saskatchewan, if a driver is charged under the criminal code with an impaired driving offense, the driver is suspended from driving until the charge is stayed or withdrawn or the driver is acquitted of the offense. During this suspension period, the driver cannot participate in the ignition interlock program. In addition, if convicted of an alcohol-related offense, the driver cannot participate in the ignition interlock program until they've completed the mandatory educational programming. The proposed change would permit participation in ignition interlock program prior to the disposition of the charge, and if convicted, before completion of the mandatory education. So the proposed change would permit participation in that program prior to the disposition of the charge after serving the 90-day suspension, and if convicted, before completion of the mandatory education. So it's a means by where an individual isn't unduly penalized, I suppose, because they're waiting for their charges to be heard in court. So it provides them a means of, we believe, driving safely with an ignition interlock system on their vehicle. So they're then able to drive legally and continue on with their habits. We know they're not drinking and driving because of the ignition interlock system. And I guess the court challenge in Alberta was, the feeling is that you're almost being considered guilty until you're proven innocent, which is backwards to what we normally like to think of our justice system as. So it was a means of addressing that problem that came up in Alberta and providing a means for citizens of the province who have been charged to have access to their vehicle in a safe, responsible way.
So has there been a change in the length of time to have these cases seen in court?
That's something that's sort of not in our control. That's in the court's control. There is no set time, but with COVID, of course, there's been a lot of court cases delayed. Well, it's a slower system to work, and they're somewhat behind. So it is timely that we're doing this for people, that we're allowing them to have this ignition interlock system in their vehicle so they can continue to drive until their court case is actually heard. But SGI has no ability to influence the court to rush it ahead. That's a court that's a court decision as to their calendar. And they're working out their calendar with the individual or the individual's lawyer and the courts.
So how many impaired driving charges were laid last year?
Last year, there was, unfortunately, and this is a really unfortunate number, is 2,653. Which was a very high number. Now, if you want to look at something positive, are the number of deaths that happened on our highway due to impaired driving was the lowest since we've maintained records. It was a 61% decline over the last 10-year average. So we only had 21 deaths. Not 21 deaths is still 21 too many. But the charges are there, and the charges are there. We've worked very closely with all the police forces in Saskatchewan to increase enforcement. And especially since 2017, we've been paying additional funds to the police. We've funded additional police officers. We've funded additional automated license plate readers, and we've also paid overtime to police to when they hold check stops. So SGI pays the overtime to bring those officers in to do those check stops. It's all in a strong effort to increase our enforcement. And we were not surprised when the actual number of impaired driving charges remained high because those people are still out driving impaired. And but what we wanted to do was catch them. And so the fact that those numbers are up and our deaths and injuries, our injury numbers are way down as well. It's the lowest as well. There was only 332 injuries, which was substantially down from the 10-year average. You know, we used to average like 600-700. So they're down substantially. So we like the strong enforcement, and the 2,653 is really still sad that there's that many, quite honestly.
So in that number of impaired driving charges, does that include the drug impaired driving charges as well?
Yes, it does. Sure. There was only 2 drug ones.
So last year, how?
I'll just clarify that a little bit. A number of the charges are a number of the people that are in accidents and charged. There's both in their system. But they test positive for the alcohol, over the alcohol limit, and there may be some drugs in there, and we don't totally keep track of the combined ones.
Is it easier to determine that a person's intoxicated with alcohol than it is to determine that they're intoxicated with drugs?
Not really. The short answer is yes, it's easier because the technology has been around for a long time on alcohol, and so there's numerous devices besides the breathalyzer. There's a field net. A lot of the drug ones is used the standard field sobriety test, and there are devices out, but they're newer. It's newer technology, so we use the police use. Combination of the new technology plus the field sobriety test, plus we have officers that are specially trained in detecting drugs and examining for drug testing.
So how many people participated in the Ignition Interlock program last year?
Well, I don't have the exact number for last year, but it's very similar to this year. And currently, we have 2,456 people on the Ignition Interlock.
And that's under the old program where people have to be convicted in order to receive that interlock program?
Well, no, not really. Right now, there's an exemption that has been put in place due to COVID and due to the court cases. So there's people currently that have not been to court yet that are on the Ignition Interlock because of an exemption due to the COVID and the delay in the courts. And with this legislation coming forward, we felt it appropriate to allow that exemption due to the pandemic.
And because your officials are very knowledgeable about this program and people applying for that, with the changes to this legislation, and if over 2,600 people were charged last year with impaired driving, how many more people do you think might be applying for this program if it's more readily available?
Well, we hope 100% try it because they'll be able to drive legally and they'll be able to drive safely. So we expect an uptake on the program once we get this so that you can use the Ignition Interlock. If you get stopped tonight with impaired driving and charged, that you'll apply to have an Ignition Interlock while you're waiting for your thing to go. So we expect there to be a number of people that apply for that, and that's the purpose of the legislation, so that those people can continue to go to work, to take their kids to school, do whatever it is that they do, until their court case is heard and they're actually found guilty.
And how much does one of those systems cost?
The cost per year is about $1,280.
Is that the cost for SGI, or is that the cost for the individual applying for the program?
The individual pays the cost.
And does that include what the cost of the system is that you put on the interlock? I'm sorry, I've never had that installed in my car, thank God, but yeah. But I'm assuming it's something that you need to install into the car. So does that include the complete cost of what that would be?
Yeah, that is the installation costs and the monitoring costs. So the monitoring is after.
So it doesn't include the actual cost for the device itself, right?
It's a device, the device gets returned to the, so it's like a rented thing. You return it after a year. When they come to take it out of your vehicle, they keep the device and they can load it into somebody else's vehicle.
And so when you say they, is that other companies that are doing these installs, or is this SGI itself that are doing the installs?
Yeah, an RFP goes out, and there's a company that has been awarded that RFP, and they have locations throughout the province. There's one in Prince Albert, and there's one in most locations. Not in every small town, but there's one in a number of locations right throughout the province.
So is there any cost to SGI for increasing this capacity?
Oh, there's no cost to SGI. The cost is like the cost to the customer, and we want to ensure, and obviously then the company that is installing, they want to make sure that they get as many people as they can that qualify for this to come and get it installed, because there's a number of people right now that don't, and they drive illegally, and so the companies work to try to make sure that they get as many of those people as they can to install the device in their vehicles.
So are you able to tell us which company this is that has that RFP?
Yeah, it's called Smart Start.
And do they have the capacity to be able to meet what the potential need will be with expanding this program?
Yes, they do. Smart Start is a well-established company. They provide services in some other jurisdictions across Canada. And if we have more people that have the demand, they have enough to provide the service.
And this company provides the monitoring of those devices as well?
Yes, the company provides the hardware. So it's the customer doesn't own the hardware; it's installed in your vehicle, and the company provides the monitoring service on behalf of SGI. So if there's any tampering with the device, or if an individual drinks and tries to drive, all that information is captured, and that information is shared with us so we can intervene and remedy sooner than later if there's an issue.
All right, I think I'll ask more questions later about that, but thank you for that information. I wanted to talk a little bit about the field sobriety tests. In section 146.1C, that was expanded. Can you explain the reason for the changes there?
Mel? So the change was simply to align the terminology used in the legislation with that of law enforcement and other Canadian jurisdictions.
Okay, and if a peace officer feels that an individual fails the field sobriety test, is the individual able to request to take a breathalyzer test if they feel that they're not impaired?
The officers usually use the field sobriety test if either they don't have a device handy and they have reason to believe that the individual is impaired, or if they can't smell any alcohol, but evidently the individual is impaired and they suspect that there might be a drug issue, they will apply the field sobriety test. And depending on the results of the sobriety test, they might take the individual to the police station to administer further tests.
Because for some individuals, they might show signs and symptoms that they may look intoxicated, but it might be some other condition, a medical condition that they may have, or some other issues. So does the individual who might be charged with this have that ability to request themselves to have further testing?
In terms of blowing into a device, if the officer feels that you are impaired, they have the option of taking you to the station to administer a device to ensure that either you are impaired by alcohol, or they might suspect that you are impaired by drugs, and they might administer a drug test. And if both of them come out negative, then they might draw a different conclusion as to the situation causing that impairment at that point in time.
So it would be up to the officer to determine whether that person would take a breathalyzer. An individual can't request it themselves?
I cannot answer that, not to the best of my knowledge.
And is the field sobriety test conducted in the same fashion for all peace officers?
All officers that administer field sobriety tests undergo training. So it's a standardized training. In fact, the name it's called an SFST, which is called Standardized Field Sobriety Testing. So there is a rigorous training for each officer that is allowed to administer those tests. Not all officers can administer the test unless they are trained.
Okay, no, thank you. That's important information to have. So it's always been illegal to drive under the impairment of drugs, but I know with the legalization of marijuana that more legislation and stricter enforcement was established. And so with this piece of legislation, there was a lot of changes in section 146.2, subsection 2, with regards to drug impairment testing. Why were these changes made?
There is no substantive change to the requirements for field sobriety testing. There is some language change in there. We were told by the police that based on the law, you cannot really fail a field sobriety test. You can fail to satisfy the officer that you perform that test appropriately. So we changed the language to align with that. And we used to refer to them as, I think, experts. And, but they said that they're not really experts, so it's called an evaluator. So the language was changed to refer to evaluator. Yeah, the person who administered the test is an evaluator rather than an expert, as it were. So it's just terminology changes to align with what we have in the criminal code.
We're going to call a quick recess here for just a little bit. I got a couple of problems, so we're going to have about a 5-minute recess. Okay, welcome back, members, and we shall continue on. Mr. Rancourt.
Thank you. So with the question I asked prior to the break was with regards to the changes made with the drug impairment testing, and just like what was said was, it was the terminology with regards to the individual being qualified, being called the Certified Drug Recognition Evaluator, and that being changed to the Evaluating Officer, that terminology. So the terminology was changed, but does that mean that the qualifications of the person changes, or does the person have to have still certain qualifications?
Any officer that administers a standardized full sobriety test has to go through a prescribed training. So the qualifications do not change. Before you can administer any such test on the roadside, you have to go through that program.
Thank you. So in section 148, subsection 6, it had a lot of changes and details repealed. Can you explain some of these changes?
It seems like a lot of redrafting, but the whole section was repealed and redrafted to accommodate for the allowance for an individual who has a charge of 0.8 or above to be able to go on an ignition interlock device. So that's the main essence of the changes in 148 and 148.1. It's the whole thing to allow for the use of an ignition interlock system for people with 0.8 and above.
And so some of the repealed changes were with regards, and the statement I believe says, an education or recovery program recommended by an addictions counselor. And the minister indicated that there was this change so that people could apply for the ignition interlock program. Prior to potentially completing that program, the addictions or recovery program recommended by an addiction counselor. Am I getting that right, or?
Yes, you're getting it right. Previously, before you can go on an ignition interlock system, you have to go through the education program, whether it's driving without impairment program or alcohol drug education program, or something that is recommended through for third-class offenders after they've gone through addictions. This allows the individual to be able to go on the ignition interlock program, but you still have a period of time that you need to complete your education. What we found was people were, because they were not going on the education program right away, they couldn't have access to the interlock. But we want to incentivize the use of interlock because it makes a big difference in terms of drinking and driving. So we become more flexible with respect to, you can go do your education and go on the interlock, but there's flexibility now. You do not have to do your education prior to going on the interlock, but you have to do your education within a prescribed period of time.
Would there be a consequence if the individual did not get their recovery program completed in that set amount of time?
Yes, there is a period of time when once you go on the interlock, you have a certain amount of time to be able to do it. If you do not do that, then you are essentially not meeting the conditions of relicensing that they're giving you, and your license will be revoked.
And so I don't see any of that information within this legislation. Will that be in the regulations then, the time periods?
Lindsay. You're right. The prescribed time periods are going to be put in the regulations once we have this change through the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I do have a question about the recovery program. Is there an issue with regards to wait times to complete those programs? Is there sufficient services out in the communities so that individuals can get those programs completed in a quick time frame?
We have three programs, as it were, programs for so-called first offenders, program for second offenders, and third offenders. The program for the first offender is what we call it driving without impairments, an education program on impaired driving to encourage people not to drink and drive. For second offenders, it's an upgraded program, as it were. It's called Alcohol and Drug Education Program, and it includes a lot more complexity in terms of the type of programming that's provided. When people offend for the third time or more, the requirement is that they go access the addictions services that we have in Saskatchewan and avail themselves of that. And we need, I would call notification, but we need information back that they've completed that program. With respect to DWI program and ADE program, no, we don't have backlogs. We have services all around the province, contractors that provide these services for us, and I would say sometimes there is more supply in terms of service than demand, but we are able to meet this in a timely fashion.
Okay, that's good. Good to know that that isn't a deterrent for people to get the programs completed then. I just need a moment to review my notes. You're quick on those responses. got my question here. So I am in section 148, and I believe it's subsection 10, where it says the driver's license reinstated if the driver pays the prescribed license reinstatement fee. Is there any provisions if the individual has completed all the conditions that resulted in them losing their license but is unable to financially pay the entire reinstatement fee to be able to have their license reinstated and a payment plan arranged?
I think all it's saying, so you need to complete the prescribed program, and the onus for that is on the individual. We don't have a payment program for that. So whether it's DWI or ADE, or you have to go through an addictions counselor, it's on the individual to do that. And then to get your license back, you have to pay the reinstatement fee to get. There is no payment plan for that. I personally am not aware of that being a stumbling block for people to actually get a license back here in Saskatchewan.
Can you explain to me what the reinstatement fee is?
I need to, just give me a minute. It's $75.
I think what I was thinking of was sometimes when people have an impaired driving charge, it's due to the fact that they damaged some property while they were driving. And oftentimes they have to pay those fees to SGI in order to get their license back, is my understanding. So how does SGI work with these individuals who maybe had one poor decision and caused a lot of damage to property and now have to pay for that? How can they get their license reinstated to them if they still owe that money?
SGI. So I think what you might be referring to is in the case where there's damages caused in a collision. And so where the individual is then responsible for those damages, we would aim to collect. We would work with the individuals, and through our central recovery unit, we would arrange the payment plan that would be in place.
And would they be required to have that completely paid before their license would be reinstated, or would there be a plan that they can still have their license without that being paid?
So as long as they're active and contributing as part of the plan, they would be able to get reinstated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Because, yeah, one poor decision, and then if they can't get to work, like the minister was saying, and making sure that they're still able to repay their debt, but be able to have a license. It's important. All right. I notice I forgot a question at the beginning, and excuse me, I'm going to just kind of go back in my notes here, but it's with regards to the Class 1 regulations, and we were talking about commercial truck industries. I know there was some consultation with different commercial truck industries with regards to potentially changing the hours of service. because my understanding is the provincial hours and the federal hours are different. So the province was looking at maybe making some changes in that regard. Can you give me some information with that?
That's not under SGI's purview. It's Ministry of Highways. And so we don't have any, SGI has no control over that.
All right, thank you. One of the questions I had was with regards to the changes in the legislation with seatbelts and ensuring that children are properly restrained in vehicles. And so can you explain some of the reason for the addition to subsection 248, section 4?
You look like you're getting there.
Yeah, almost there. It's a big piece of legislation.
I think the change you're referring to is to transportation network companies. And the change is to align that with what we currently have for taxis, for instance. Your children, depending on your weight, et cetera, would have a requirement for different types of restraint systems. The argument for taxes, which we apply into this, there is no way a TNC operator can stock up in their vehicle all sorts of restraints just to put the right restraint on kids in the vehicle. So the onus is on the parent to be able to do that. So we're just aligning that with the what we have for taxis for TNCs, because they are providing a service similar to taxi companies.
So if the parent doesn't have the proper child restraints but needs to have a ride with a taxi or a ride-sharing company, can they still provide that? Can that company still provide that transportation for the child?
We're very much all about safety at SGI. If you're asking my professional view on that, you put a kid in the vehicle without the appropriate restraint, knowing what could happen to the kid, the answer is no. It's something I wouldn't recommend. We, however, understand that their families that have challenges and so on and so forth. So we do a lot of work community-wise through child restraint programs where we give out seats to communities and reached parents who are disadvantaged so that they can have these restraints available. We, of course, cannot reach everybody, but we try, because for a parent, a child is a very valued person, and our advice to the parent will be to try as much as possible to get the appropriate seat because it will be safe for that child, and the probability of injury for that child is reduced.
So my understanding is that if I give my daughter and her son, who is under 7, a ride, as the driver, if I'm driving the car, it's my responsibility to ensure that he's in a car seat. So if a taxi driver or a ride-sharing company was pulled over because the child wasn't properly restrained, would the driver be the person who would receive the ticket, or would it be the parent receiving that ticket?
Your example of you driving and your daughter and your grandchild in the vehicle, because it's a private vehicle, you'd be charged. In the case of a TNC or a taxi, it's the parents would be charged, not the driver of the TNC or the taxi, because it's their responsibility to ensure that they're in there properly.
Okay. And when I look at the classes that are listed here in this section, it's class PC, PS, PB, PT, or LV. My understanding that school buses are under PS. So does this mean that all school buses will have to have proper child restraints for children under the age of 7?
The driver of the school bus is exempt. He or she is not liable for ensuring that the children are in restraints.
Is the parent going to be expected to make sure that their child has proper child restraints on those buses?
About school buses, we'll go into school buses. The knowledge that we have currently on school buses and the safety of those buses in incidents is the way they're designed. They are compartmentalized. They're specially designed to absorb the shocks in the event of a crash. So seat belts are not required on school buses. So it's based on the direction that we currently have for the design of those buses and run of those buses from Transport Canada. So it doesn't apply to the situation that you're talking about.
And so I found it interesting why they were listed in this new section here. Is there a reason why that classification was listed?
That classification is listed. There are different types of school buses. So you can have the standardized school bus. I forgot what the name is, the long one. And in some schools, they will use a passenger van you can see them around, but also color. And those passenger vans have belts in them. The driver of that bus is not liable for the wearing or not wearing of the seatbelt in the bus. So that's why they're listed there.
I know daycares oftentimes have those types of passenger vans or buses. Would they have to be licensed the same as what that classification would be here as a school?
As a school bus, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question. The school bus, as defined in the vehicle regulations, is a very specialized type of bus that meets certain criteria before it can be designated as a school bus. If a parent is providing a ride for kids to go to school in a van that a daycare has. It is not automatically designated in that particular class. It will be probably an LV vehicle that's being used for that purpose. And under those circumstances, the driver, if it happens to be me, I have the responsibility to ensure that the kids are properly buckled.
Okay. All right, thank you. One of the last amended sections here is subsection 280 and number 2, and it talks about police officers being able to tow vehicles who are apparently abandoned and on a traveled portion. There was some changes to the terminology with regards from the original piece of legislation to this one. Can you explain why there was some changes to that terminology?
And the act and the regulations had slightly different wording, so it was changed to align so that they are both the same.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. And again, I want to thank the officials for being here this evening. It's a late evening, and I appreciate your patience and the knowledge you have and all the work that you do for the province of Saskatchewan. We're really proud of SGI, and we're really proud of the company it is and the work that you guys do, and all the folks and all the agencies across the province, and making sure that this legislation is up to date and current for standards, and like I said earlier, so that when peace officers have to do their work, they need to make sure that they have some backing behind them with legislation, so that when they have to make those unfortunate charges that keep us safe, that they know that they're going to stick in court and be solid cases, and as well in making sure that people who have had infractions are getting the services that they need to, so that they can change their behavior as well. So again, thank you for having me this evening, and I'll let the chair take it over.
Well, thank you. And we will now continue on with Bill 198. Clause 1, short title. Is that agreed? Carried. Clause 2, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 3, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 4, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 5, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 6, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 7, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 8, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 9, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 10, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 11, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 12, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 13, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 14, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 15, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 16, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 17, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 18, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 19, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 20, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 21, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 22, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 23, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 24, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 25, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 26, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 27, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 28, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 29, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 30, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 31, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 32, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 33, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 34, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 35, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 36, is that agreed? Carried. Clause 37, coming into force, is that agreed? Carried. Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan, and acts as follows. The Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2019. I would ask a member to move that we report Bill number 198, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2019, without amendment. Mr. Norleen so moves. Is that agreed? Carried. This concludes our business with Minister Hargrave and the officials from SGI. Minister, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I just want to get one thing on the record, an answer to the one question that the member asked in relation to Bill 197. There were 9 appeals to the Court of Appeal in 2017, I believe it was. So that was the answer. I wanted to get that on the record. I want to thank the member for her questions, and I want to thank the rest of the committee for their diligence and staying awake, and yourself, Mr. Chair, and the Hansard and the LED's staff. I especially want to thank my officials, and especially Quay, who is on holidays and still come in for a late night. I'm sure I'll pay for that one, but he's a wealth of knowledge, and it's so important. And the whole team believes in safety on our highways, and have worked extremely diligently since I've been minister, in almost 4 years that I've been minister, about lowering the number of fatalities. I mean, I'm very proud that in last year we had the lowest number of fatalities on our highways since 1954, which is when records started being kept. And so I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the fact that even though impaired driving charges are high, the number of deaths and injuries are coming down dramatically. And so I'm very proud of the work that the whole team there does, because it is a team. It's not just one individual. It's not the minister. I just get to sit up here in the front and answer a few of the questions. But we got a solid team of people. My chief of staff and SGI work well together, and we're going to continue to work hard to make sure we do whatever's necessary in legislation and in awareness and in education to make sure our highways are safe for us members that travel all the time, our kids and our grandkids, and everyone else, all the citizens of this great province. And so I thank them for the work that they do. They're not just an insurance company; they're a safety company. And so I'm very, very pleased. So anyway, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and for your time, and for doing it in a late hour. I'll end with that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister. Ms. Rancourt.
Everything, so thanks.
Okay, good. We're now, I think we'll just take a real short recess here, just, yeah, to let the officials leave. Okay. We shall move on now. We have a vote 13, Central Services. Central manages and services a subvote CS01 in the amount of $51,000. There is no vote, as this is statutory. Property management subvote CS02 in the amount of $7,706,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Property management subvote CS03 in the amount of $0. Is that agreed? Carried. Transportation and other services subvote CS05 in the amount of $551,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Major capital asset acquisitions, a subvote CS07 in the amount of $21,517,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Information technology subvote CS11 in the amount of $18,185,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Provincial Archives of Saskatchewan subvote CS13 in the amount of $4,363,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Non-appropriated expense adjustment in the amount of $790,000. Non-appropriate expense adjustments are non-cash adjustments presented for informational purposes only. No amount is to be voted. Central Services vote 13, $52,322,000. Right at the top. I now ask a member to move the following resolution. Resolved, there be granted to Her Majesty for the 12 months ending March 31st, 2021, the following sums for central services in the amount of $52,322,000. Mr. Nerline has so moved. Is that agreed? Carried. I got it. My short little fingers don't work that well. Central Management and Service subvote FI01 in the amount of $7,452,000. Is that agreed? Carried. I just got it.
Yeah, your initial there.
Provincial Controller subvote FI03 in the amount of $13,369,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Treasury Management subvote FI04 in the amount of $1,594,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Revenue subvote FI05 in the amount of $21,584,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Budget analysis subvote FI06 in the amount of $6,635,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Miscellaneous payments, subvote FI08 in the amount of $120,622,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Pensions and benefits, subvote FI09 in the amount of $163,642,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Personal Policy Secretariat subvote FI10 in the amount of $513,000. Is that agreed? Carried. Research and Development Tax Credit, subvote FI12 in the amount of $5 million. Is that agreed? Carried. Non-appropriated expense adjustment in the amount of $2,633,000. Non-appropriate expense adjustments or non-cash adjustments presented for informational purposes only. No amount is to be voted. Finance vote 18, $340,411,000. I will now ask a member to move the following resolution. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty for the 12 months ending March 31st, 2021, the following sums for finance to the amount of $340,411,000. Ms. Lambert moved. Is that agreed? Carried. Okay. Just a minute here. I've got to go back. I got to go right here. Vote 12, Finance, Debt Servicing, Statutory. Debt Servicing Subvote FD01 in the amount of $497,500,000. There is no vote. This is statutory. Crown Corporation Debt Servicing Subvote FD02 in the amount of $15,700,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Finance Debt Servicing, Vote 12, $513,200,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Vote 195, advances to revolving funds statutory. Advances to revolving funds, vote 195 in the amount of 0. There is no vote as this is statutory. Okay. Just finding it here.
Yeah, that's right there.
Vote 151, Municipal Financing Corporation of Saskatchewan, statutory. Vote subvote MF01 in the amount of $10 million. There is no vote as this is statutory. Vote 154, Saskatchewan Opportunities Corporation, statutory. Vote subvote Loans, excuse me. Loans subvote SO01 in the amount of $1,100,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Okay, I'm missing this one too.
Buried under all the stickies. We'll get them to you afterwards. SAS Power 152. Okay.
Vote number 152, Saskatchewan Power Corporation, statutory. Loans subvote PW01 in the amount of $424,600,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Vote 140, Saskatchewan Water Corporation, statutory. Loans subvote SW01 in the amount of $5,500,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Vote 175, debt redemption, statutory. Debt redemption, vote 175 in the amount of $1 billion. I said billion.
Did you?
$1,534,328,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. 176, sinking funds payments, government share, statutory. Sinking fund payments, government share, vote 176 in the amount of $161,967,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Interest on gross debt, Crown Enterprise share, statutory. Interest on gross debt, Crown Enterprise share, vote 177 in the amount of $0. There is no vote as this is statutory.
This is supplementary estimates.
Vote 13, Central Services, Information Technology Subvote CS11 in the amount of $900,000. Is that agreed? Carried.
You should find it. Central Services, one page back. There you
Oh, yeah, okay. Central Services, vote 13, $900,000. I will now ask a member to move the following resolution. Resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty for the 12 months ending March 31st, 2020, the following sums for Central Services in the amount of $900,000. Mr. Nerline so moves. Is that agreed? Carried.
give up, right?
I'm going to, yeah, I'm still on this one over here, right? Okay, vote 140, Saskatchewan Water Corporation, statutory. Loans subvote SW01 in the amount of $1,900,000. There is no vote as this is statutory. Vote 175, debt redemption, statutory. Debt redemption, vote 175 in the amount of $39,869,000. There is no vote as this is statutory.
Who wants to move a motion over here?
You have before you a draft of the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Crown and Central Agencies. We require a member to move the following motion: that the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Crown and Central Agencies be adopted and presented to the Assembly. Mr. Nerline has so moved. Is that agreed? Carried.
Yeah.
Okay, now, seeing we have no further business today, I will ask a member to move a motion for adjournment. Ms. Lambert moves. Is that agreed? Carried. This committee stands adjourned to the call of the chair.